is the mouth of an alien. The ocean is the mouth of an alien, and he will never speak a word.
Hi, Jerome. How you doing?
The ocean is the mouth of an alien bird, and he will never be heard. He will never be heard. The ocean is the mouth of an alien, and he will never speak a word, so he will never be heard. I am an alien from another planet. I told you I would never leave, never take for granted what you gave me. Even you enslaved me. Even all the people who have loved me have always stood above me. I know there is nowhere that I can hide. I'm an alien, who the hell do I have to confide in? I'm tired of the people, all the things they never say. Sometimes I say some things I don't mean things things. I don't say it's insane. Nobody knows, it doesn't matter how you look, what you face. Some things I've seen made me want to fly to space, but I can't help the
I'm still hacking stuff up today. I know, it's been with me forever.
never choose to play. I am an alien from another planet. I told you
But hopefully it's almost gone.
can't say what you gave me, even if you save me. You can never take away the things that happened that have made me. The ocean is the mouth of an alien, and he will never speak a word. He will never speak a word. The ocean is the mouth of an alien bird, and he will never be heard. He will never be heard. The ocean is the mouth of an alien, and he will never speak a word. So he will never be heard.
You know that big bargain detergent.
Where are we? What the hell is going on? The dust has only just begun to fall. Crop circles in the carpet, sinking feeling. Spin me round again and rub my eyes. This can't be happening when busy streets are mess with people would stop to hold their heads heavy. Hide and seek. Trains and sewing machine. All those years, they were here first. Oily marks appear on walls where pleasure moments hung before the takeover, the sweeping insensitivity of this still life. Hide and seek. Trains and soaring machine, catch me around here. Blood and they were here first. What you say? Oh, that that you only meant well, well, 'cause you did what you say. That it's all for the best, 'cause it is what you say. That it's just what we need. You decided this, what you say. What did she say? Rinse and notes keep falling out your mouth. Mid-sweet talk news, people speak.
No long pony today? No, I've been going since 6 a.m. Packing stuff. So it's kind of a messy hair day. Eepy day today.
When I was older, I was a sailor on an open sea.
The experience.
Okay, guys, we're gonna watch some videos. Hello, Awaken. How you doing today? I'm on the back again. Dreaming of a place where you and I remain the best of friends. Even after all this ends, can we pretend? Excuse me. Let me see. All right. Thank you so much, Joni. How are you doing?
The experience of trekking through the Mexican borderlands is a surreal one. Everywhere you look, you see free-range cows,
Vacas, 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 vacas.
and signs asking not to leave garbage. Still, there's a ton of trash, but a lot of it's pretty interesting. You see empty cases of beer, diapers full of poo, Venezuelan flags, printed copies of unanswered emails from US Border Patrol, and a delicious half-eaten Snickers bar just for you.
Hay mucha gente de Venezuela.
Rose!
Aquí hay mucha gente de todos lados.
As we begin to walk down a large hill, one of the coyotes stops us and tells us some important information.
No es que sea peligroso, simplemente es mucha cautela, porque
Mucha cautela.
Para que así nadie sabe nada.
no saben nada de nosotros.
They say the cartel controls this particular human smuggling route, and that as freelancers, they failed to pay the coyote fee, or the cartel tax, which is usually about 20%. And they also didn't tell them we'd be filming. So, in the event that a collector rolls up demanding money, I have to act like we're just a couple of bros on a chill hike.
Okay, está bien.
Truly seeing no other option, I follow them down the hill and into the woods.
Alright, we're walking through the forest. We're about a mile from the Rio Grande, which obviously is the natural barrier into the state of Texas. So we're gonna follow the homies here. As you can see, there's like a ton of discarded underwear, socks, you know, garbage, empty bottles of water, presumably left behind by previous migrants. It's estimated that just last year alone, roughly 2 million people entered the US this way.
As we continue to walk, I get my first view of the river. This spot, though, they say, is way too hot to cross. Not because of Border Patrol, they say, but because of undercurrents, which are the leading cause of death in the river.
The current can sweep you under that water in just seconds.
Border Patrol agents rescued 2 migrants struggling to stay afloat in the fast-moving water.
Ese, un oso de peluche de niño. Hay veces cuando un familiar pierde a alguien en el río, es normal que cuelguen eso.
Just left
Lo que me
kid
han
stuffed
dicho.
animal behind. Sí.
Mucha gente sufre, llora demasiado, solo para poder llegar. Pero hay veces que pues, yo me pongo a pensar y que digo que la gente es así pues, porque son así. O sea, no sé si me lo puedo explicar. Todos quieren tener un sueño o una vida muy bien hecha, pero...
The coyote, like many others, don't understand why migrants would go to such lengths just to get to the US. But his perspective is an informed one. He spent most of his life in a border town, and for a year lived in San Antonio and worked as a dishwasher, where he said he felt alienated, exiled, overworked, and depressed.
He estado encerrado, trabajando encerrado. Es lo único.
But does admit the service wages were much higher. Yet, so was the cost of living, so he was barely able to make any money. This equation is something that very few economic migrants seem to be aware of, which points to a larger issue, which is the widespread proliferation of American dream propaganda in developing nations. Every migrant that I've spoken to, from Senegal to Guinea to Guatemala and to Bangladesh, believe without any prior experience or really contemporary information about the problems facing American society that America is paradise, heaven on earth, a place of free elections, free press, and unlimited social welfare programs.
I just been swiping for EDD. Go to the bank, get a stack at least. This shit here better than selling peas. I made some rent that I couldn't believe.
But unfortunately, this is not the case.
The Department of Justice says a rapper who bragged in a music video about getting rich from an unemployment scam is now facing federal charges.
America is in a bad spot in a number of ways, and it seems that most migrants are not aware, as I mentioned, about the skyrocketing cost of living yet stagnant minimum wage in every major US city that's eroding the working class in cities like San Francisco, where many lifetime city natives have been priced out in the past couple years.
Yeah, it's fucked up. It's impossible to live here. The rent is rising, minimum wage is the same, no parking. If you get a parking ticket, nigga, that's a whole check right there. You need to work 3 jobs just to live in a 1-bedroom in Zombieland.
But most migrants seem to be programmed with the opposite vision of America and seem to have been swindled by an aggressive, multi-generational PR campaign, which in my view has totally misled them and left them in the dark on very important information. They're unaware, for example, about the ongoing cold class war in all of America's major cities, or that the majority of US citizens have been strategically divided into politicized consumer groups by the investment firms who control the mainstream media. They've been using the border issue to stoke the flames of an internal culture war between Americans by pulling on liberal heartstrings with migrant sob stories, while simultaneously stoking conservative anger by blaming the global economic crisis on Joe Biden. But both angles are deployed by the same propaganda apparatus whose primary goal is to generate revenue by bringing clicks and engagement to legacy media, which will collapse, but not yet. In the meantime, legacy media's purpose is to distract and divide. Anyways, back to the forest. Me and the coyotes find a gap gap in the trees, and there she is, the US of A, home to bald eagles, corn dogs, and gangsta rap, drive-through Starbucks, Roll Tide Rush Weekend, apple pie, and the Island Boys. I also see the barbed wire the newsman has been hollering about for the past couple weeks.
Razor wire remains up along the U.S.-Mexico border even after the Supreme Court ruling allowing federal immigration officials to remove it.
Texas has argued that the razor wire is repelling migrants from crossing into the country illegally.
It appears that President Joe Biden and Texas Governor Greg Abbott have been involved in a vicious dispute about having more or less razor wire right there. Biden wants less and Abbott wants more. But it doesn't matter because the majority of river embankments on the American side have no barbed wire at all. It's a non-issue and a distraction, designed to create controversy from afar.
Ya vamos pa' Texas, ya vamos pa' Texas.
He says this is a perfect place to cross, but he's worried it's a bit too deep.
Y si él mira que está hondo, busca otro lado. Si no está hondo, pues por ahí pasamos los cuatro. Los cuatro agarrados y pasamos.
¿Ustedes van a pasear con nosotros a los Estados Unidos?
This may sound a bit amateur, but I didn't realize up until this point that we were actually gonna cross the river ourselves. I was expecting just like a tour of their route, but obviously they had other plans.
Y luego de ahí ya cruzamos para los Estados Unidos.
Sí.
Ah, sí, como $5,000.
God damn it. It was also going to cost us $5,000 a piece. This was not discussed, but I wasn't sure what to do.
So, eso es la primer parte.
La primer parte es esta.
Okay.
Y luego necesitamos conseguir alguien que nos levante. Me cuenta es un carro y ya nos sube hasta San Antonio.
Okay.
Pero tenemos que caminar, a de cuenta, hasta Uvalde. Háganse para acá.
At this point, it became quite obvious that I was in far too deep. The coyote told me that after crossing the river, we had to walk from Eagle Pass to Uvalde, Texas, which is over 67 miles on foot. How would this be possible? According to Apple Maps, it said it would take over 24 hours, and we had no water. Plus, we apparently owed these guys $5,000. Looking back, I would have asked to turn around, but we were in far too deep. And while they're being pretty cool, you never know when a switch could flip or something. Abruptly, the younger coyote asked me to duck down because a border patrol boat was speeding by.
I'm not moving today, but I'm packing today. I moved a lot of stuff today, Johnny. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Quiero vivir en Estados Unidos, pero eso ya va a ser después. Ahorita aquí estoy bien.
Sí. Tú tienes 18 años, hay mucho tiempo. O 19.
Sí, 19.
Okay, hay mucho tiempo para
hay mucho tiempo
entrar.
The other coyote asks me to give him the 100 pesos that I'd brought along for emergency purposes. He says someone spotted us and is asking for money. Perhaps naively, I approach the man to see what's going on. The man who asked us for money is a bit strange. He seems to function as both a tax collector and someone who provides first aid and flotation devices to migrants. Whatever his title was or who he works for, I don't know, but there was no option but to bring this man along.
Hola, ¿qué pasa? ¿Puedes decir tu nombre y dónde eres?
Me llamo soy de aquí de Piedras Negras.
¿Qué haces hoy?
Pues aquí apoyando a la gente que va cruzando, los estamos apoyando cruzan y a veces no traen su chaleco, no traen protección para el agua, ¿verdad? No traen salvavidas y pues los estamos apoyando, ¿verdad? En eso, para que no vaya a haber un accidente o algo, porque la gente no conoce el río y llega y nada más quiere brincar y cruzan con los niños en los brazos y pues yo también tengo hijos y eso es lo que...
As we learned in our previous episode, the Rio Grande is 4 feet and 9 inches deep, and 58% of Mexicans reported as not being able to swim. So many children and older grandmothers who try and cross the river into America but are below 4'9" end up drowning.
3 migrants have died near Shelby Park in Eagle Pass. A woman and 2 children drowned in the Rio Grande River.
4 migrants, including an infant, have drowned in Eagle Pass.
Lo que muchas veces no miran ellos, ¿verdad? O sea que pueden tropezar o algo y en lo que se tropiezan el niño puede agarrar agua o algo. Y sí, pues a veces no les ayudamos, pero les avisamos, ¿verdad? Es peligroso, aparentemente se mira tranquilo, pero sí hay lugares donde está hondo.
I got a storage unit, so I've been packing that.
De repente pisas y te hundes y poquita corriente que haya en ese pedazo te lleva.
Sí, ¿qué tipo de trabajo haces?
Creo yo anda entre los $7,000 y $10,000 entrar a los Estados Unidos. Me queda cerca del río y vengo aquí al río a ver en qué puedo ayudar y a veces me dan algo de dinero, ¿verdad? Y...
Sí, gracias mi amigo para la entrevista.
¿Qué?
Sí.
Chile, ¿tú quién eres, compa?
Despite his good Samaritan framing, we had no option but to pay him for his services. Still, apparently this is a bad place to cross. Our coyote points to the water to show me something.
Pues hay varias ocasiones que hay muertos ahí en las pelotas naranjas. Yo le digo las pelotas de la muerte, ¿verdad? Porque cada vez hay muertos ahí.
He points to the orange buoys in the river, installed by the state of Texas to deter migrants.
A disturbing discovery at the border. Security officials found a body trapped in the buoys recently placed in the river across from Eagle Pass.
The coyote says that on multiple occasions he's seen dead bodies trapped in the buoys, so we'll need to keep walking. But stops to tell me that he believes the Border Patrol boat from earlier has been following us using infrared heat sensor cameras. Out of nowhere, the first...
Hi Bryce, thank you for the heart me. How are you doing, love?
Ass, and my coyote follows. Naturally, I run after them for about 10 minutes until we finally get back to a new spot in the forest. Once again, they bring up money.
So kind of what they were saying was that right now the standard market rate for an average border crossing with a coyote is between $3,000 and $5,000.
I'm not sure how they expected me to pay them, but I wasn't worried about that. My primary concern was getting back into America. Once there, I'm sure we could easily arrange some kind of wire transfer or something. But I didn't feel that a remote forest in Mexico was the place to negotiate, so I kept going.
All right, so we just made it on a maybe 1.5 mile hike through the woods, and now we're here on the banks of the Rio Grande.
I hear the sound of a machete
Hi,
striking
Pinky.
a tree behind
How
me
you
in the
doing?
distance, so I turn around.
Thank you so much, Joni. I'm glad you like it.
¿Está bien? Okay. ¿Tú conoces? Okay. All right, guy with a machete just came out of nowhere. I guess it's kind of normal to want to chop down sticks and shit out here. But yeah, definitely not the most chill thing to see right now.
My coyotes assure me that all is well. He was just making sure that we paid the first aid man. And after a final plunge deep into the woods, we found ourselves at the perfect embankment. There were no orange buoys in the river here, and very limited razor wire on the American side. So they said we'd cross here.
All right, so as you guys can see, we're at the end of the journey here. Right here behind me is the Rio Grande. So over yonder is the United States.
Much like the initial entry point into the forest, migrants had left behind
Sorry to hear
a ton
that,
of garbage
Pinky.
here.
We got hella garbage here. We got a...
I've been kind of sad lately too. It's
So
kind of
it's
a
gotta be look
melancholic
right
day.
I hope they're doing well, but I'm afraid
Oh,
they did
man.
not do a very good job. But it's all good. Let kids be kids.
I'm doing all right. Still
There was
hacking up
also a
the
bunch of
rest of
dudes
this
there, just
phlegm.
hanging out.
We got, like,
Got a bunch of moving done
Mexican
today. I've been up
Hemingway
since like 6
figure
a.m.
down here.
Just fishing and wishing people the best of luck.
Be careful. You have a good trip. Be careful.
I'm not sure why, but Ernesto's words gave me the confidence boost that I needed, and the coyotes said it was go time.
Come on, come on, come on. Vamos. Okay.
See?
After stripping down to my boxers and taking off my shoes, the reality of the risk that we're about to take begins to set in. At this point, I wonder if this whole thing was worth it. After all, many migrants have died on this exact journey.
In 2019 alone, 109 people lost their lives in the Rio Grande River. And last month, the body of a young girl was pulled from that body of water after an unsuccessful attempt to cross.
I see a picture of a young boy on the ground and begin to wonder, did he make it across into America for a better life? There's no way to know. There was also no time to ask questions. The first coyote was already in the water, and it was my turn. Step by step, I inch myself down. And after a few small strides, I reach the water line. From there was only one way to go. In. As I inched through the rushing green water, I began to feel the undertow, the rapid current beneath the river's surface I'd been warned about. And so my coyote asks that we link arms to avoid the rushing currents. I see an entanglement of razor wire that lets me know we're almost home, and Larry Susan's close behind me. Thank God, the experience is finally almost over.
Grab the other. What?
I breathe a sigh of relief as my feet touch American soil. I was finally home.
What's up,
in the
Nick
land
Kelly?
of the
How you
free,
doing?
Where the bald eagle flies.
I'm watching some
Sure,
videos today.
we
We're
had
gonna get some
76
organizing
miles
done.
to go until Uvalde, but at least I made it across the river and away from Mexico for now. Suddenly, my coyote ducked for cover and told us to be quiet.
Do I cosplay a lot? Not a whole ton, but a little bit. I cosplay here and there.
Manos arriba. Ven pa acá, usted.
Speak English.
Hands up. Speak English? Yeah. Get up. Let me see your hands. Got any guns on you?
No, sir.
Face away from me.
We're journalists.
Usted, manos arriba. Bájate. Súbete. You too. You speak English?
Yeah.
Stand up.
I couldn't believe it. Border Patrol had been watching us the entire time since we entered the forest,
Yeah, I can clearly hear him swimming.
and set up an ambush on the American side to apprehend
You
us.
two, face away from me. Walk backwards over here. Hey, ven pa acá, wey.
Immediately, my coyotes jumped back into the water, swimming back to Mexico.
Come back over here. Get over here.
This left us alone in Border Patrol custody.
There was one guy here. He obviously ran back, and then the two USCs right there.
Thank you so much. I will cosplay more. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Close to New Mexico? Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually going to Texas in a couple months. Not this close to the border, but...
After crossing the river, Andrew and his cameraman were arrested by United States Border Patrol for illegal entry into the United States. They did not realize this, but what they did was a federal felony offense called failure to report. After being arrested, they were driven to a migrant processing center and placed under detainee status and held for several days, much of which was spent in solitary confinement.
Andrew Callahan got a
Channel 5
fucking
personnel
felony
were
for this
able to
shit?
recover their memory cards, which is how you were able to see this footage. But
Holy
our
sh-
team also took things a step further while Andrew was detained. Using details he gave to us over the jail phone, we hired a video game designer to create a graphic recreation of the things he saw and heard on the inside. And we compiled these
Whoa.
animations and voiceovers into a documentary. If you'd like to see it,
What the
go to our Patreon, www.patreon.com/channel5.
Bro, I gotta sub to their Patreon sometime.
Again, that's
Is he still in jail?
www.patreon.com/channel5.
Okay, probably
As
not
many
though,
of you
right?
know, we are primarily crowdfunded and supported by your
Crazy.
monthly contributions. Free the guys and free C Mac the Loke.
Channel 5 Live. Fuck the authority. Channel 5 News. Channel 55.
Oh, man.
Protesters. And 5 is the best number.
That's fucking funny. Wow, that's crazy. Crazy.
Maybe we'd start things off by trying to articulate what that is. You know, what is this conversation about? What is it for? What are we hoping or intending to?
AXH, thank you for the
create
follow.
This conversation,
Same guy I was talking to? Yes, looks like your profile picture's the same. You got a Twitch account.
Not just what's going on.
Gave you a follow back.
But maybe how we can talk about it in a way that's going to promote some resolution, some peace. Not that we're going to have that impact on the situation
Hello.
over there.
Good to see you.
But we'd like to
I'm
have
in the
an
middle of
impact
moving
on
right
how
now.
people talk about
But I'll hit you back up soon. Moving back to Minnesota.
Peacefully with respect for all. And and very honestly. So that's my intention here.
I'd like to show Palestinians that they have some allies. You know, we speak for all the people who are not Palestinian, but who are horrified by what's going on, and just want to show our support and just bear witness to this genocide that's happening. I'd also like to, you know, we're all Jewish.
Later, Nick. Have a great
Come from
day.
a Jewish background. My dad, you survived the Holocaust, and not that that gives us any special authority to talk on the issue, but for Jewish people especially, sometimes they're more open to hearing perspectives from Jews that they wouldn't hear from somebody else. So perhaps we can maybe reach some Jewish people today who are struggling with this, have some questions. Maybe we can reach them.
Yeah, I'm with both of those. There's a real rift in the Jewish community right now. It's a deep fault line has opened up, and it's very wrenching for everybody on all sides of it. And obviously the three of us have strong feelings about which side we want to be on. But I do have Jews contacting me in my DMs and in other ways. Now, some of them just come with abuse and vitriol and hostility. But many of them under the surface of that, or even outright, I sense that they're asking a question. There's a
Thank
kind
you,
of
AXH.
anguish.
I
They
appreciate
wanna
it.
know, how can we
Thank
see
you,
it the
Pinky.
way
I'm
we
proud
see
of
it,
you
and how
too.
can we be saying the things we're
What's
saying?
up, Pump Daddy?
Like us.
Us, the three of us, yeah, exactly. And people like us, and there's more and more people like us.
Yeah.
So if we can leave people with more clarity, at least of where we're coming from, and then hopefully opening their ears to where Palestinians are coming from and everyone else affected is coming from, I think that'll be time well spent.
I was born into the genocide, spent my first year as an infant in Hungary under Nazi occupation. And in Hungary, I did experience anti-Semitism. I mean, these days when people talk about how afraid they are of anti-Semitism, let me tell you, I know from anti-Semitism. I had changed classes in school because of being bullied as a Jew. My brother and I were at one point set up on neighborhood so-called friends for being Jewish. And I did grow up with the sense that there's something wrong with being Jewish. I mean, we had the Jewish holidays, which I loved, but at the same time, there was something to hide. Not so much there's something wrong, but something to hide. Until I became a Zionist in my teenage years here in Canada. And that really was a liberating experience because all of a sudden there was nothing to hide. In fact, there was something to be proud of. There was a whole history and a whole people and a vigorous new state, one that had power to defend its people, to identify with. And for years I read nothing but Jewish histories and Zionist histories and so on. So, I mean, when people now say to me, you don't know the history, you don't know our point of view. Yes, I do. I could spot it in my sleep, because that's what I did for years. Then I was the local leader of a Zionist youth movement here. And then what happened for me is the Vietnam War happened. And when Vietnam War happened, a lot of illusions bit the dust about the nature of this particular society, North American society, particularly U.S., that was quite capable of massacring millions of Asians, and the press that would lie about it daily. And there was a whole anti-war movement then, which as a university student I became a part of, and then you start questioning everything, not just what's going on over there in Vietnam, but who would do such things, and what kind of media would support it and suppress the truth about it, until eventually the truth comes out. So by the time this 1967 war came along, I was in a very questioning mode. I began to look at the history. And the first book I read, and this is what people don't realize, this is not retrospective. Once you start looking at Zionist history, you find out that there were people right from the beginning that were questioning its premises, which we can talk about later.
Yeah.
But to complete this story, then there was a book written by, in 1975, by an Israeli. His name was Simha Flapan. And Flapan was a member of the Mapam Party, which is a progressive labor party in Israel, later joined the Labor Party. He fought in the 1948 war. So he'd earned his spurs, you might say. And he was a lifelong kibbutz member. But he just was the first one from within to show that everything I've been told that had buttressed my Zionist perspective about how the state was created and how the state has behaved since its creation was mythology. And since then, I've read many more Israeli historians, and I've followed the news myself. I've been to the occupied territories. So I've now, long ago, come to the conclusion that no matter how satisfying it seems to our historical trauma to have this antidote that actually, in that endeavor to salve our own wounds, a tremendous injustice, historical injustice has been committed.
Thanks for the follow, Tragic.
We can talk
Welcome
about
in.
the details a little later, but the point is, we tried to escape from our own nightmare by imposing a nightmare on another people, and we're still doing it.
Yeah.
So that's the long and short of it.
Yeah. I mean, before I forget, I'll touch on it later, but I would add the salve has been, the so-called salve, the balm, has become an intensifier and amplification of our own wound.
Bye, AXH. Talk to you soon. Take care. Thanks for stopping by.
You know, a few memories stand out. I came home from Sunday school one year. I must have been
Hebrew school.
What's up, Kellogg? How you doing?
Hey, remember the Sunday? We did Sunday school
in preparation for our bar mitzvah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And I told you about what I'd learned that day about Israeli history, and you told me I never have to go back there again because it was all propaganda. And then the memories, during the first Intifada, you went there to bear witness to the crackdown in the West Bank.
And Gaza.
Hey, you went to Gaza too? Okay, yeah. So I remember I heard you on the radio, and I heard you break down in tears.
Yeah.
And that was a very powerful moment for me. And then I remember that one time you were invited to a debate with the on local television.
Yeah.
A few blocks from here.
With other members of the Jewish community.
Yeah.
And they all refused to debate you.
Yeah.
Like they wouldn't appear if you were allowed on the stage. So
you warned CBC that was going to happen. And they said, "Don't worry, we'll handle it."
Yeah.
And then 2 days before the debate, they're like, "Sorry, Dr. Matze, we can't."
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the talk about cancel culture.
It's the original cancel culture. Yeah.
But I remember, I drew a lesson from that. Like, under what circumstance would you be so opposed to even debating someone? It's probably if you can't defend your position. And then I remember, I was 14 when the Oslo so-called peace process began. That would have been the fall of '93.
Yeah.
Right? Fall of '93. Yeah. And I remember on television, there was such hope and optimism. And I even I started feeling that hope and optimism.
Yeah.
But I remember you warning at the time that this may not be what it appears to be.
Yeah.
And I drew and then reading then Chomsky and Edward Said, and Edward Said warned from the start that this was a Palestinian betrayal, that
That's right.
Palestinians were simply now acting as collaborators in their own occupation, the Palestinian Authority. I understood then that, the way our political system works is so often people's best intentions are manipulated and taken advantage of. So who wouldn't want peace in the Middle East now? But the people in power are so cynical that they'll take something as, celebratory as a peace agreement and turn that.
I'm probably going to be moving, Pinky. I'm not sure.
For occupation. Right? So that was a powerful moment for me. And then, so we went to.
I don't really celebrate holidays that much. Like I like during the month of holidays, like kind of feeling into the vibe of like love. But yeah, I don't know. I'm anti Hallmark holidays. Like I don't like feeling pressured to buy things for a certain reason or anything like that. You know what I mean? But I might make some things for people, but I don't like to theme into those hyper capitalist kind of like, I don't know, feeling like I need to go out and buy flowers and buy all the things,
camp, I made some of my best friends in the world, and I also understood there how it kind of works, where all these wonderful memories and friendships are created, and then that is sort of conflated with the state of Israel, and that's how North American Jews.
That's a good idea. That sounds very nice.
By virtue of their not just their familiar bonds of the memory of the Holocaust, but also their friends, their memories. You know,
I mean, obviously, my journey parallels Aaron's. I preceded him by a few years. I also remember that radio interview with you weeping. I don't think I'd ever seen you cry, but I was hearing you cry on national radio. It was very striking. I remember the hate mail that would come to our home. I remember one in particular scrawled from some Jewish Holocaust survivor in Halifax, I believe, that said, "May your Arab friends devour your filthy carcass. You're worse than the capos in Auschwitz. At least they betrayed their own to save their own skins."
Yeah.
Chief.
And
that was a light moment.
Yeah, it was a lovely time. You know, I was 13 or whatever, and I'm like Aaron. I remember thinking, what kind of position must you have if that's your reply?
Yeah.
You know, how contorted must you be in your mind, heart, and soul?
Yeah.
That's your way of communicating your disagreement. Yeah. And I never saw you do. I mean, I saw you blow up sometimes. I saw your rage. As I said to you at your birthday, obviously there were things about your anger that could scare me as a kid. But when it came to this topic, there was a grounded righteousness in values that felt right to me.
Yeah.
And so I was sort of in awe of it. And I was looking for my own relationship to the thing. And then I remember, I mean, summer camp was a huge thing, going to Camp Miriam, you know, given, and I know that it was ran in our family, that we were sort of, our family was, you know, a big name at that camp, my uncles included. But in any case, it was my favorite place in the world. It was, you know, I got along much better with my peers there than at school.
Yeah.
And the Jewish aspect of it was a really strong part of that.
Yeah.
And the Zionist aspect of that was a big part of the Jewish aspect.
Yeah.
We were learning a form of Jewish identity that filled in a blank for all of us, which is the void at the center of North American Judaism post-World War II. You know, Hitler didn't succeed in wiping out the Jews, but a big chasm was left at the heart of Jewish identity. Yiddish was wiped out.
Yeah.
We won't even talk about because we're not Mizrahi, but there's a whole other story to tell about the plight of the Jews of the East, of the Middle East. So summer camp provided a sexy, fun, playful, musical, irreverent, all ages space to be myself.
Yeah.
And the big flag at the center of that was the Israeli one next to the Canadian one.
Yeah.
And we had Israeli madrechim, counselors, who they all had a particular quirky kind of charisma. Now, some of them I liked more than others, and I always, from a young age, felt a certain kind of manipulation coming from them. I always felt like they were being paraded in front of us as a kind of
trying to recruit you,
paragon of something to try to recruit, and explicitly they were. And I later became a counselor, and we would only half joke about how we were, you know, propagandizing kids into you know, Zionist brainwashing.
Yeah.
Sort of semi-ironically.
Yeah.
And of course I was influenced by you. So at camp, I would argue with my Israeli counselors, and I would argue with my fellow campmates, and I would make my campmates cry with my rants about Palestinian rights or whatever. But I was still ensconced within that.
Yeah.
And then I spent a year in Israel. I was on kibbutz when Oslo happened. I remember calling you, and I don't remember you saying, "This might not be what it seems." I remember you saying, "Don't believe a word of it. It's paper thin. It's not what it seems." And that was really deflating to me, because that was sort of, you know, if the Oslo Accords, if Yasser Arafat shaking hands with Yitzhak Rabin on the lawn of the White House isn't cause for hope, then what is?
Yeah.
If that's true, then the problem must go so much deeper than I thought, and so much deeper than anyone around me is willing to admit.
Easy for me.
Yeah.
The myth of the generous Israeli peace offer.
Talk about that.
Well, if you read so many op-eds written about Palestine for the last 20 years, start with the premise that it's the Palestinians' fault that they've rejected Israel's outstretched hand of peace.
What was Abba Eban's quote? The
Palestinians never miss an opportunity to miss an opportunity.
Yeah.
Abba Eban, a famous Israeli diplomat.
Back in the 70s.
Yeah, coined that term. The Palestinians never miss an opportunity to miss an opportunity. Yeah. And it's projection, because Israel, from its founding, has always rejected any peaceful outcome. It's always chosen expansion over security. That's Chomsky's term. And particularly the myth that Israel offered a full Palestinian state to Arafat and his successors, but they all walked away because they cared more about, destroying the Jewish state than having their own Palestinian state. It's just a complete myth. And it's been refuted so many times. There's so much documentation for it. The so-called generous offer at Camp David in July 2000 by Ehud Barak to Arafat wanted to keep all the major West Bank settlement blocks, wanted to have a land swap in which Israel took 9 times more land than Palestine would get. So a 9-to-1 ratio, or maybe an 8-to-1 ratio, something like that. And then subsequent discussions, Israel slightly modified its stance a little bit, but still never fundamentally was willing to recognize the right of Palestinians to live in freedom in a contiguous state.
Contiguous meaning land actually connecting.
Yeah, not surrounded by these huge settlements.
Yeah.
The right of Palestinians to return. We never want to recognize the right of return.
Which is enshrined in international law.
Yeah, and Palestinian negotiators on all these issues were willing to compromise because Arafat and his successors wanted nothing more than to make a deal. But they were never offered an opportunity that gave them their minimal rights.
Yeah.
And that myth that they walked away from a generous offer is being used so many times to justify violence against them. Because to be able to sustain this narrative where we only have the alternative to use force, you have to present your victim as stubborn, obstinate, like they will not make peace with you. They refuse all peaceful accommodation. So we have no choice. We don't want to commit violence, but we have to. I mean, what's the Golda Meir line? We can forgive the Arabs for killing our children, but we can never forgive them for making us kill theirs.
Yeah, which was echoed just the other day by this Israeli so-called psychotherapist who said something like, we fight out of love.
Yeah.
They fight out of hate.
Yeah.
One fact you wish people understood.
It didn't begin with October the 7th. It began a good 130 years before then. And it began with an impossible ambition, which is to create a Jewish homeland in a country where there was already a thriving population, and that we could do this somehow bloodlessly and cleanly and morally. If you want to move towards peace, you have to deal with what creates the conditions for peace and what undermines it. And what I'm saying, it goes back a long time when the decision was made and pursued relentlessly to create a Jewish majority and, in fact, totally Jewish country in the sense of control in a land where there was already a population. This is not retrospective. Ben-Gurion, the first prime minister of Israel, said in the 1930s that, politically speaking, we are the aggressors and the Arabs are just defending their homeland. That's what Ben-Gurion said. Now, publicly, they spoke a different language. But Ben-Gurion said this very clearly to his fellow Zionists. His political rival, Jabotinsky, who founded the party that later became today's Likud party,
which is Netanyahu's party,
he said that the Jewish colonial project, he called it that, the Jewish colonial project cannot be achieved without force, because no country, no people give up the land without fighting for it. So what I want people to know, in a nutshell, is there's antecedents.
Thank you, Kellogg. I appreciate it.
The history is that of one people coming into a land and having the resources, having the imperial support to achieve their goals at the expense of displacing and oppressing and occupying and suppressing and very frequently mass killing other people. You may think it's justified. You may think the Jews had such a need to have a state that anything goes. Well, that's fine if you believe that. I can't argue with you. Except you want the result. The result is what's going on right now.
You know, there's this great expression in Hungarian that you taught me or taught us, which is when something is so false that not even the opposite is true.
Yeah.
I use that all the time.
Yeah.
The notion that Zionism, well, I think it's pretty easy to dispel with the notion that Zionism is Judaism, right?
Yeah.
Just look at us.
Yeah.
Unless you want to look me in the face and tell me I'm not Jewish because I believe what I believe. And there are people who want to go there, but I think that's a pretty desperate and transparent play, kind of a 5 minutes for conflation. It's a hockey reference.
Well, you could, of course, be a self-hating Jew.
Well, then they go to the psychological Freudian explanation.
Yeah.
You know, that's fine, doctor. If you want to put me on the couch and diagnose me with something, we can play that game. We're seeing it right now in the Jewish community. We're feeling it all around us. Let's actually try to turn our eyes to it with some love, some truth, some clarity, some compassion, but some rigor. What do we say about where Jews are at right now and how the current moment is an expression, an amplification of, and certainly a crisis and hopefully an inflection point for Jewish historical trauma?
Well, one of the impacts of the current events is that this fault line that's been developing inside the Jewish community now for quite some time is now just cracked wide open.
Wide open, yeah.
Where you have, especially on generational lines, but not completely, where you have a lot of Jews now who are utterly appalled at what's going on. And then there's the mainstream institutions that continue to really vociferously support, justify 10 Palestinian kids losing their legs every day and everything else that's going on. So where is that coming from? From a perspective of trauma, there's such a thing as individual trauma, then there's collective trauma. And this collective trauma lives in the memory of the collective. But it seems to function just like individual trauma does. Now, one of the impacts of trauma, there was an interesting article in the New York Times reporting on this. Mind you, it was in November of last year. Mind you, that was already not news in the trauma world, but every once in a while, the New York Times discovers the wheel, you know. So they had this article about how showing that in the brain, when traumatic memories take over, the rational parts of the brain go offline. You can show this on brain scans. Now, and people go into a state of fear and aggression, flight or fight. And traumas that happened long ago seem like they're happening now, so that the present becomes the past and the past becomes the present. I've written about this extensively. I've experienced it personally. You guys have seen me experience it, where something in the present sets me off, and it's like not in the present, but I'm reacting to an old event. Now, trauma. There's such a thing as individual trauma.
Sorry, that ramen was spicy.
And it's collective trauma. And it's collective trauma lives in the memory of the collective. But it seems to function just like individual trauma does. Now, one of the impacts of trauma, there was an interesting article in the New York Times reporting...
That's awesome, Pinky. You guys like my hair like this? I never wear it like this, but I think it looks cool if it dyed.
Every once in a while, the New York Times discovers the wheel, you know. So they had this article about how showing that in the brain, when traumatic memories take over, the rational parts of the brain go offline. You can show this on brain scans. Now, and people go into a state of fear and aggression, flight or fight. And traumas that happened long ago seem like they're happening now, so that the present becomes the past and the past becomes the present.
Look like I'm about to go to the gym. Like I'm ready for business. I've been wearing this thing everywhere. I was out at my storage unit earlier.
Where something in the present sets me off, and it's like not in the present, but I'm reacting to an old event. Now, when you look at Jewish culture, with all the beautiful and many things about it, many things admirable and unique about it, but along with all that, there's always a sense of insecurity and a sense of fear. If you go to the major Jewish holidays that have a story associated with it, I'm not talking about the spiritual holidays like Rosh Hashanah or Yom Kippur, which have no historical narrative attached to it. But the holidays like Hanukkah or Passover
or Tisha B'Av,
or Purim, there's always the story, and the story always is that in every generation that rise up against us, they want to kill us, and those are the stories that we tell our kids around on the table.
It's true.
4 times a year, Now we managed to triumph, but the warning is, in every generation, they're going to rise up against us. And so when something like October the 7th happens, which by any count was a horrific event, if you actually are ahistorical, as the Israeli historian Ilan Pappy calls it, ahistorical,
meaning
if you don't know what happened in Palestine, if you don't know, then October 7th seems just like yet another pogrom of the worst sort.
And the line is, this is the worst massacre of Jews since the Holocaust.
Yeah.
Right? As if October 7th, the killings happened because these were Jews.
Yeah, exactly. And whereas, as somebody said, if dinosaurs had occupied or Germans or Vikings, the Palestinians would still be fighting against them. Now, they're not fighting because they're fighting against Jews. But the point is that with an ahistorical perspective, if you grow up with the mainstream view of what's happened in Palestine, and we're the victims, we're trying to make peace, they're always attacking us, then October 7th is just another revivification of that old traumatic wound. And then where you're going to react from? The defensive parts of your brain. And you're going to be in fear mode, and you're going to be in aggressive mode. In fact, you're going to be both of them at the same time. And so I get these messages, somebody writes on my website, have you dissociated so deeply that you're numb to your own people's genocide? Have you converted to Islam? Or are you a martyr? When you're in that traumatized state, you can't think of any alternatives. And you can't think of any kind of a rational response. Apart from the genuine pain that people have over people having been killed on October 7th, or relatives abducted, or a country they love being attacked. Apart from those are normal human responses to pain and rage in response to that. But there's also this re-wounding of the trauma. When that happens, you're not thinking rationally. And so that anybody even criticizes Israel or points out that there's another story, now we become terrorist supporters, and obviously we're Hamas spokespeople, and because there's such a thing called integrative thinking. In integrative thinking, you can hold two opposing ideas or two contradictory ideas at the same time, which is that Jews have suffered and there's Palestinian suffering. And maybe there's a way to understand that. But in this world, there's only our suffering. And their suffering is purely self-created. And we can't help but make them suffer because they're making us do it.
Right.
So it's a trauma response. Apart from being a political response and a colonial response and a dominating response on the part of the Israeli government, on the part of individual Jews and communities, there's a lot of unresolved trauma in it.
It occurs to me that another binary that the non-integrative mind can't hold is our suffering and our responsibility.
Yeah.
Our victimhood.
Yeah.
And our accountability.
Yeah.
Right? Our agency.
Yeah.
And there's a strong, almost a magnetic repulsion against any suggestion that Israel might have something to do with, and our support for it might have something to do with how we got here.
Yeah.
Aaron, how about you?
I also think there's the summer camp factor. In our case, growing up in a summer camp where we associate all these wonderful memories, feelings, experiences with being Jewish and being connected to Israel, something like this happens, the experience of going through that, especially as your brain is developing, it's going to set up a contradiction, and you're going to be, conflicted between, I think, your deepest conscience, but also what you've been conditioned to believe, and how you then associate the parts about yourself and your life that you love with, your friends and memories from wonderful experiences like going to a Zionist summer camp
or birthright
or whatever it is.
I was speaking to someone here in Vancouver last night who is a straight down the middle of the road Vancouver mainstream Jewish community member in good standing, who is broken inside by what's happening and by their, I won't reveal who they are or their gender or anything like that, by their sudden or finally blooming awareness that something is deeply, deeply wrong, not just with Israel or Zionism, but with the Jewish community here that reflexively and dogmatically and desperately supports it.
Yeah.
And one of the main concerns about speaking out is the implications it will have for this person's relationship with their parents. And the very real possibility that the parents will want to have nothing to do with them and thus nothing to do with their own grandchildren.
Yeah.
That is intense. And that is a whole other order of collective trauma.
But you guys you've lost friends, haven't you, over this?
I think I weeded out those people a long time ago.
Did you?
There's some friends who probably are
keeping their distance.
But
yeah,
the younger generation though seems it's not like it used to be. Now it's not cool anymore to be pro-Israel. And I was wondering why that is. I mean, it's very often that the younger generation is always more progressive, more open-minded. But I also wonder for younger people, given that opportunities are not what they used to be, economic prospects are more bleak, and given how embedded Israel is into the power structure, I wonder if it's easier to turn away from Israel because younger people just don't see anymore the buy-in to the power structure that previous generations have had.
What's it going to get me if I buy in?
Yeah. And so it's easier then to be open-minded and to not accept the shackles that were given in order to advance.
What about Hamas? What about their genocidal rhetoric against Jews? Let me try to steelman the argument. Let me try to, give it its due before we do what we're going to do to it. Hamas is a genocidal Islamic fundamentalist organization akin to ISIS, which is bent on global jihad, and the definition of jihad, according to these people, is, genocidal wiping out of all of Western culture. It's a battle of civilizations. They are virulently anti-Semitic, and they will not rest until every single Jew, including the three of us, is wiped off the planet. And when they come for us, they will not spare us just because we're anti-Zionists. And that the diabolical, deliberate, systemic, widespread nature of their crimes or alleged crimes, although for these people it's not an allegation, it's a statement of truth.
Well, there were crimes.
Of course there were, but I'm talking about the entire litany of them, and every single detail, which I don't think we want to get into here, but it is relevant to touch on. We have to touch on it. That the unprecedented and unimaginably depraved nature of these crimes sort of obviates any question of proportional response. What's Israel supposed to do? Self-defense, all this other stuff. We can't get into all the details of the background, but this question of who were these people who did this thing and what should be the response to a group like this is the one that we're constantly being told in private and in the media, and hearing from Jewish leaders and Israeli leaders and American politicians and politicians all over the world. So let's deal with it. Maybe we'll start with you, Aaron.
Well, my opinion, I'm speaking for myself, it's none of our business. No one says, what about Netanyahu or what about Joe Biden as a condition of granting their citizens basic rights.
They're non-citizens.
Well, yeah, but but so it's not. That's Palestinians' business.
Yeah,
who rules them, and now in terms of the actual details of Hamas, I mean,
but sorry to interrupt, but it's the Palestinian business. But you can't have an opinion because, like, Joe Biden, you're not American, but you have an opinion on Joe Biden.
Right, but no.
Hi, Weaver. Hello.
The question, what about what else
Good
is
to
Israel
see you.
supposed to do?
Hi. Pooping in.
That the question implies that Palestinians'
Good to see you,
rights
Weaver. We're having a
are
good day.
conditioned
upon whether we accept their leaders or not. And it's not our business, it's their business, especially because it's their land that was stolen. And, you know, the question of what was Israel supposed to do, it presupposes that Israel has the right to self-defense against land that it occupies. And, you know, I'm not a legal scholar, but there are plenty of legal scholars who make the argument based on international law that occupying powers don't have self-defense rights.
Can you quickly dispense with the notion that Israel withdrew from Gaza in 2005?
Thanks for the follow, bro.
At a
Welcome
certain
in.
point realized
it was
You never bother me, Weaver.
really,
Please message
it
me.
wasn't
You're all
worth it
good.
to maintain
Thank you.
a
I
few thousand
appreciate
settlers
you.
inside.
Gaza, when really the land they really covet is in the West Bank. That's where precious water reserves are. It's much more important to the Israeli government to hold on to the West Bank. And so, as an Israeli advisor to then President Ariel Sharon explained, the disengagement from Gaza was really formaldehyde to freeze the peace process and to stop the demands for a Palestinian state.
That was the term used, formaldehyde.
This is Dov Weisglass, who called the disengagement from Gaza formaldehyde. And so that was the goal. And then in practice, yes, there were no longer Israeli soldiers and settlers inside Gaza, but Israel still controlled everything that came in and out, and it can attack Gaza whenever it wants. So that is what's described as effective control, effective occupation, even if inside the prison, the warden is not there.
Which is the legal equivalent.
Yeah, if they're standing outside the prison, they control everything that comes in and out, and they cut off things like chocolate and sweets and every basic good you could imagine. If they have a policy of calculating the amount of calories that the average Palestinian in Gaza can have without a full-blown starvation crisis, but they can still have the power to put Palestinians in Gaza on a diet, which also was the term of Dov Weisglass, an advisor to Sharon. That's an occupying power. And so occupiers don't have rights, they have obligations. And so accordingly, they don't have the right to fire a single bullet into Gaza. They had the right to self-defense on October 7th.
Within Israel.
Within Israel, as Hamas, of course, just because Israel is an occupier doesn't mean they have to let Hamas kill their people. Okay, fair enough. But it's not October 7th anymore. We're now as we're recording this, more than 3 months later. And what Israel is doing has nothing to do with self-defense. It's just the latest phase of its decades-old project to wipe out Palestinian self-determination.
But the argument would be that the Allies, the Americans, the British, the French, the Russians on the other side, they didn't stop at the borders of Germany. Once they've expelled Germans from the countries they occupied, they went in there to destroy that murderous regime, and they had to.
Right.
So this is the argument that Israel would make, is that, fine, we protected ourselves on October the 7th, but now we have to go in there and get rid of these murderers so they don't do it again.
Okay, but you cannot possibly draw a comparison between the Nazis, which is a hegemonic exterminationist state, and Hamas, which was founded in response to an occupation. It only was founded in the late 80s. It was founded in refugee camps.
Yeah.
Its founders, if you look at their family histories, it's really instructive. All the founders of Hamas have family histories that tie into the Nakba.
Thank you, Weaver. I appreciate it. This is the first time I've worn it up like this, too, since doing it. I kind of like it.
The Israeli army massacred some.
Don't mind me, I still have stuff coming out, so if I, pause tack. I'm sorry.
Israel attacked Egypt, as you know, and Egypt was in control of Gaza Strip at that time. And Israel occupied the Gaza, and they massacred hundreds of Arab Palestinian men and boys, unarmed. They called them out of their houses, they killed them, and bodies were in the streets for days because of a curfew. They couldn't even bury the bodies.
Mm.
An 8-year-old boy watched his uncle being killed. He became one of the funders of Hamas.
There we go.
Later,
Isn't that right around the time that Moshe Dayan added that
Fuck that,
funeral
man.
of an Israeli soldier?
I wanted to read that quote.
Yeah.
So Moshe Dayan, a famed Israeli military leader, he speaking at a funeral in 1956 for a soldier who was killed by Palestinians from Gaza. And he said this: "Let us not cast the blame on the murderers today. Why should we deplore their burning hatred for us? For 8 years, they have been sitting in the refugee camps in Gaza, and before their eyes, we've been transforming the lands and villages where they and their fathers dwelt into our estate." And he goes on with more. And he wasn't saying this to sympathize with the Palestinians of Gaza. The thrust of his message is, given that they are responding to us stealing their land, we have to respond with even more force. We should not be intimidated because these are determined people.
But at least we're not going to cry victim.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, and the word that cries out to me in that quote is for the last 8 years.
Yeah.
That was 1956.
Yeah.
The last 8 years.
Yeah.
Now, fast forward to the year 2024.
We're almost 80 years.
We're almost at 80 years.
Yeah. In 2005, there was a study in World Journal of Psychiatry, some journal like that.
2005, mind you.
2005. This is before Hamas gained power in Gaza. And they looked at the war traumatized populations around the world. They said the most traumatized children in the world were in Gaza. This is 2005.
And in 2004, Giora Island called it a big concentration camp.
And who was Giora Island?
One of the heads of Israeli security.
Okay. Now, so those kids that were studied were adolescents or young kids in 2005. Guess who those young people were that streamed into Israel on October the 7th? Again, we're not justifying anything, but those Hamas fighters that moved into Israel on October the 7th, most of them went knowing that they're going to die.
And they had never left.
You know,
they had never left.
They'd never been outside. No, they were not allowed to leave. You know,
that's the point.
So the point is, they were traumatized kids in 2005. Then they grew up in this place that I know concentration camp is a three-year word for a lot of people, because we're not talking about death camps. We're talking about concentration camps where the Nazis would hold their prisoners.
Well, and many other countries have held. It's not, concentration camp is not a Nazi phenomenon.
Yeah. So they were traumatized already in 2005. They lived the next 18 years in this, what's been called the world's largest concentration camp by Israelis. What drives them to that level of desperation, despair, and willing to die and willing to kill? It wasn't self-generated. And then people try to explain that this is jihad, this is the Muslim hatred for the non-Muslim, or specifically the jihadist hatred for the Jews.
They teach their children to hate.
They teach their children
in their mother's milk.
Well, these are the people that did it. And let's remind ourselves, there was no Hamas 40 years ago.
And who encouraged their growth?
And not to mention then, if you look at the history of it, all the ways that Israel encouraged, as I already quoted, very deliberately, the growth and Hamas as a counterweight to the secular PLO.
Secular moderate PLO.
So that they wouldn't have to have peace agreements, because now there's nobody to negotiate with. You know, so that's, again, even if you keep saying this, even without justifying anything, these people didn't grow out of trees.
Yeah.
They didn't spring out of the ground all of a sudden.
Yeah.
They're not the spawn of some kind of miserable anti-Jewish hatred. They came out of a history. But put yourself in that situation, in their situation. If that state represented for you your expulsion from your homeland, the deprivation of your goods, the refusal of letting you go back, your incarceration in a small piece of the earth from where you're not even allowed to leave, constant bombardments, multiple times when your airplanes come and bomb us and kill our children, thousands of them over the years. This is not a new phenomenon. And if this is what the Jews are, and this is what is done in the name of the Jews, by the Jewish state,
with the Jewish star flying on
the Jewish
flag.
star on the flag and on the tanks, if when you demonstrate peacefully, they still kill you,
as they did in 2018,
as they did in 2019, if, as the Israeli newspaper Haaretz reported, your snipers have a contest as to who can shatter more Palestinian knees. of people who are demonstrating peacefully. And if this is all being done in the name of the Jews, I'm putting that in quotation marks. And if most of the Jewish organizations around the world support this and justify this, how are you supposed to feel about the Jews and the Jewish state? Might you perhaps harbor a lot of hatred? Might you have thoughts of revenge? Might you? I mean, what I'm talking about again, not to agree or to justify any particular action, but can we just for 1 second put ourselves into the subjective experience of the other and try to understand, even if they come to certain positions that are unacceptable, how did they get there? How did they get there? And then there's a more difficult question is, not only how did they get there, but what has been on role? What has been our role that they should get there? And again, this is where if you're ahistorical, if you don't know the history, if you haven't studied it, if you just accepted what the mainstream has told you, if you swallowed all the perspectives that the mainstream media, we can talk about the media in a minute, has fed you, you're not going to know. You're not going to understand these other people. And then all you can have is your age-old fear that here they are coming after us again. Well, I don't see it that way. And I think there's a way out. But it does take some integrative thinking, and it does take some capacity to put yourself in the situation of the other. Now, let me just tell you one story. This is from the New York Times, which every 5 years will have an article on what it's like to be a Palestinian under Israeli occupation. Every day they'll have an article about what it's like to be an Israeli. Every once in a while they'll have an article. Miracle of miracles. And this article, published in December, is described how in the West Bank, not in Gaza. Let's not forget, Gaza or West Bank is not ruled by Hamas. West Bank is ruled by a cooperating, collaborationist, corrupt, Quisling Palestinian Authority. In the West Bank, the settlers threatened the Palestinians all the time. The settlers are, of course, armed. Palestinians can't be. In this particular article, the New York Times reporter describes how settlers go and threaten a Palestinian village, saying, we're going to come here and we're going to hurt you. So the Palestinians leave. And after a few nights, hoping the riot is over, they come back. Their homes have been damaged, some destroyed or severely damaged. Their roofs have caved in. It's wintertime. The Palestinians come back, the villagers come back. They're met by an Israeli official, representative of the occupation, who says to them, you can come back, but you can't rebuild without a permit. You can't even replace one brick that has been moved. You can't put a tarpaulin over your living room in case it rains, because that would be construction without a license, without a permit. First, you have to get a permit. Now, of course, we all know it's going to take them months to get a permit, if they even get one. Meanwhile, they have to sit in their living rooms with the winter rain falling in, and they can't put a tarpaulin on because that's against the rules of the occupation. Needless to say, no such rules apply to the settlers. Now, people, if that's the only story you knew, if you knew nothing else, but that a Palestinian can't put a tarp over his living room that has been destroyed by settlers, because if he does, the army will come and bulldoze their homes for building without a permit. Isn't that enough for you to know what's going on?
Yep.
That's all you need to know. And of course, there's so much more.
It's all you need to know to want to know more, and
That's
to
right.
not necessarily double down on what you already think you know. And yet, for all that, again, underneath the lies, there are bigger lies, and underneath the bigger lies, there's the biggest lie. And the biggest lie is that there isn't a Jewish-Palestinian conflict, because guess what? For all of that,
Hi, Raleigh. How are you?
Palestinians don't hate Jews. Most Palestinians don't hate Jews, or at least many Palestinians don't hate Jews, which is some kind of miracle. The more Palestinians I meet and speak to, and am embraced by, and am thanked by in ways that are, humbling and to me a little embarrassing, because it shouldn't be so extraordinary for a Jewish person to speak up like this. But what people tell me over and over again is my grandmother, who was expelled from her home in 1948, taught me that it's not the Jews, it's the Zionists. It's not the Jews, it's the Israelis. You've both been to the occupied territories. You've been to the West Bank. You've been to Gaza. Were you ever greeted with irrational hatred of you because you're Jewish?
Yes, by Israeli soldiers.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
We were greeted with such warmth to the point where it's so embarrassing, because your hosts have so much more, at least in my own experience, so much more generosity and humanity than I have.
And and this is the deep, vicious.
They're very gentle people, actually.
Yeah, this is the vicious lie that is so corrosive to the minds and hearts and souls of those who believe it and repeat it mindlessly without ever checking it out, without ever talking to a Palestinian. Even with all of that, the vast majority of these people, and if you speak to any of them, you will see, but you'd have to want to. You'd have to want to let go of your certainty that they're against you, that they're your enemy. And I promise you, and I implore you to consider that it's a lot nicer over here on this side of the river. When you get there, when you let go of that fear and that prejudice and that bigotry, that's what it is. I'm not making anyone wrong. It's a human thing. But when you can actually free your heart and your soul and your mind from those contortions and those constrictions and those constraints, you actually encounter a people who are full of love and who are, actually capable also of even forgiveness, but not in some kind of beatific, saintly way where we don't owe them anything first. Justice, then peace. Accountability, then coexistence. Truth, then reconciliation. So as we bring this conversation to a close, what are we all, I don't know how to say this, dreaming of, fighting for, looking towards? There's the immediate future, there's the midterm future, there's the long-term future. What kind of possibilities are there that we can draw on, and what do you want to see? What do you hope to see in terms of the way, because you said at the beginning, we want to have some kind of impact on the way this conversation is happening. So what do you see as the next shift that could or should happen?
Well, in terms of the conversation, I believe that the answer out is in the truth. And that means in actually recognizing what actually has happened. Not what we wish had happened, or what we wish hadn't happened, but what has actually happened. And take from there. We're willing to go from what happened to a different kind of vision. Now, my hope is from sea to sea, from the river to the sea, Palestine shall be free.
Thank you, Valley. I appreciate it.
And I mean free.
Yeah,
for
I was
everybody.
unsure as soon as I took the dye out, but it's growing on me.
Palestinians.
I probably won't need to touch it up for a little bit, actually. I thought I needed to touch it up right away, but I think it's
I
okay.
don't just wish that for Palestine. I wish it for Canada as well. I wish it for the United States. From sea to shining sea. Let these countries be free. That means that there should be no inequality, no discrimination, no racism, no control by a few people of all the resources while the earth is being destroyed.
I have, and the longer it gets, the higher the price for me to shave it goes up. Except for I did shave the side again
Freedom
myself.
is not a threatening concept. I want there to be a land where people are not threatened with the loss of their villages and their livelihood, where one people doesn't get to lord it over another, where people can actually live in equality. I wish I could say that I'd like to see 2 states, but there's no more room for 2 states. That's been destroyed by the Zionist project.
On purpose.
On purpose. And we keep talking about the Hamas Charter, and the New York Times, bless its soul, for years, every time they mention Hamas, this is for years now, they would say, it's an organization that doesn't accept the right of the state of Israel to exist. They couldn't mention the word Hamas without having to throw that phrase in there. When they mentioned Likud, they didn't say the same thing, whereas they should have. They should have said, Likud is a party that doesn't accept the right of the Palestinian state to exist. That's in the Likud charter.
It actually says from the river to the sea in their charter.
Yeah, river to the sea, yeah.
It will only be Jewish sovereignty.
Yeah.
That also rhymes. It's just not as catchy.
Yeah. So, I mean, I just want justice and truth and fairness. I believe it's achievable, but it's not compatible with the Zionist project, and it's not compatible with the racist project that Zionism didn't intend to become, in theory, but has become in practice. Because if I and my 2 sons here got on a plane tomorrow and flew to Tel Aviv, and we could apply for citizenship the day after, and we're filming this on a Monday, by Friday we could be living in settlement in the West Bank as citizens of the state of Israel with full rights, which our Palestinian neighbors don't have. But that's a racist situation. If we have the right to return, so-called, after 2,000 years, not that I can prove that I came from there, why doesn't the Palestinian, who still carries in his pocket the deed to his parents' home, have the right to even talk about the right of return? So something has to be given up. Now, nobody's denying the Jewish pain, nobody's denying the Jewish trauma, nobody's denying the Jewish desperation for security, nobody's denying the suffering that was occurred on October the 7th.
Can you send me a picture of what you mean, Dali?
Now, but let's broaden the lens to look at everybody, to look at the whole picture.
Like if I
And the question
drew
is,
part of it
can we
in,
begin
is that what
to
you're
see it
saying?
together? And I think we can.
In the short term, what I want to see is continued activism
Okay,
for
cool.
Palestine, especially in the U.S., where a policy shift could make all the difference. The support of the U.S. allows for Israel to continue its assault, and once it goes away, as Israeli leaders recognize, Israel would be forced to stop. And politically, I actually haven't given up on the idea of 2 states, at least as a temporary thing, because I don't see any other solution, at least for now. And this is only my opinion here. I would like to see Israel rise to Hamas's level, where even if you don't want to accept the existence of a Palestinian state, if you're Israel, at least accept your own recognized borders. And Hamas has recognized the international community's conception of Palestinian borders, which is the West Bank and Gaza. Hamas has recognized that already. It's actually in its latest updated charter, completed a few years ago. And I would like to see Israel meet that level too, accept its own internationally recognized borders rather than see itself as a state that has the right to take over as much land as it wants. And once you have an actual 2-state solution, not the Bantustan solution of the Oslo peace years, but an actual 2-state solution, maybe in future generations, one day, we can actually achieve what really is justice in Palestine, which is freedom, equality for everybody in one state. But for now, as a temporary solution, I don't think we should give up on the idea of 2 states, because that is the global consensus, and there's a legal basis for it. There's a legal basis for Israel within the pre-June 67 borders, and there's a legal basis for Palestine in the West Bank and Gaza. And if Hamas is even willing to make the compromise of accepting just 22% of historic Palestine, which is what the West Bank and Gaza is, then Israel should be able to accept that compromise finally. And that's what I think, where again, U.S. support, U.S. leverage is instrumental. If the U.S. wanted that policy, I think it actually could become possible.
Well, first, so that I don't subsume it under my sort of pile of wishes for Jewish people, I wish for Palestinian empowerment. I wish for Palestinian voices to matter more in our world, to be lended credence on their own terms, not because they have the right talking points or whatever, but I want people to know what Palestinians have experienced, and I want us to I was going to say humanize Palestinians, but it's a terrible phrase.
Yeah.
Because it suggests that they weren't to begin with. I actually mean humanize ourselves by becoming more perceptive and aware of the humanity of others.
Yeah.
Which would then allow more of a space for Palestinians to speak without being grilled on, do you condemn Hamas? Which I remember Christiana Mampour on October 8th was doing with her Arab guest. And that's what prompted me to first go on Instagram and start talking about this stuff. Obviously, everything you said, Aaron, in terms of freedom for Palestine and an end to this horrific crime. But in terms of the conversation, I want to say this in as lighthearted and loving a way as I can, but I also want to be rigorous about it and just say what's on my heart. I want to see the mainstream Jewish community grow up already. And I mean that lovingly, and I would say it to a cousin or a friend or a sibling or a parent, or to myself. I know what it is to get caught in stories about my own limitations and my victimization and how everyone's against me and all the reasons for why I do the things I do and all the reasons why things can't change. And if only they would change, then I'd be able to change. I know what that's like. I know the energy of that. It sucks. And I mean, it sucks actually quite literally. It sucks my energy. It sucks my vitality. It drags me down. And that's how I see certainly our unelected leaders in big parts of the Jewish community behaving and having an influence on many other well-intentioned, otherwise progressive people, a kind of self-absorbed, almost trauma addicted, which is a touchy thing to say, but I'll say it, way of operating that can border on or even tip into narcissism, where our own fear and insecurity and trauma and our subjective view has to dominate everyone else's. And I just don't think that's a good way to live. I don't think that's a good use of our time on this planet. I don't think it's at all a continuation or honoring of what our ancestors taught us, what our teachings, our scriptures, whatever part of Judaism you identify with. I've always been more on the side of a secular Jew, but fine, the Jewish artists and intellectuals and thinkers and philosophers, And then there's the religious side of things. So I would want us to disidentify from these pollutions of who we are and get back to a kind of Judaism that makes us at home in the world by virtue of being human.
What's up, Jams? How you doing, buddy?
Security is always on the side of truth. So you can have a false sense of security, but identifying with certain things, but not real security. And what's happening right now, I guarantee I won't be on to see it. But historically, it'll be seen as one of the greatest disasters in Jewish history. And I'm not talking about what's being done to us. I'm talking about what we're doing to others. We're undermining who we are. That state cannot sustain its dominance over the Middle East. The American empire will not last forever. No empire ever does. And if you come from nothing else but the well-being and survival of the Jewish people, which I don't identify with that as sort of the only worthy goal supporting or fighting for or living for, but if that's all you come from, even from that point of view, you may not realize it, but by supporting what's going on right now, you're undermining your own future. And ultimately, we're all human beings, and the Palestinian
living life, eating a lot of candy. What kind of candy? Doing pretty good. Been up since 6. Been moving into my new storage unit. Getting stuff done though. Feels good.
I mean, these people did come. They created a new language out of the old one. The culture, art, music, amazing technological achievements, a sense of community, and all that. That can be acknowledged. But it did come at a terrific cost to somebody else. And that cost is still being imposed. And ultimately, whatever good has been created will not sustain itself. So again, real security is only in the truth.
You can feel it when your dream becomes a pursuit. And with vitiligo.
Welcome to the Huberman Lab guest series, where I and an expert guest discuss science. Welcome.
Maybe we'd start things off.
That was a good video. I linked it in the Discord and on Twitter if you guys want to watch it. The Gabor Mate video we just watched.
In the spiritual realm of traumatic loss of meaning, within the abyss of despair and hopelessness, individuals find themselves disconnected from the totality of existence. They no longer feel in relationship with the world, having fallen
Peanut
out
butter
of
M&M
the
minis, that
familiar
sounds
and
yummy.
creating connections. The unfamiliar and the numinous dimension thrust upon them by their traumatic experience leads to a profound alienation from both the self and the world. Traumatized individuals become lost, helpless in the face of a seemingly indifferent cosmos. Traumatic experiences can profoundly shatter the ego's role as a central authority of our consciousness. Such experiences may cause a significant disruption and disintegration of the existing ego structures, leading to a breakdown of the previous mental framework. The concepts of self-regulation, control, and the awareness of being an intentional individual, which was all possible due to a healthy ego, may no longer apply. Instead, due to the traumatic event, one feels helpless, at the mercy of external forces, and lacking autonomy. When the boundaries of the ego is overrun by the traumatic experience, it undergoes a significant devaluation, losing its previous significance and facing the threat of fragmentation and destruction. The ego, which was once a source of identity, now appears useless, and a profound vulnerability takes over. This experience of ego annihilation is a form of psychological.
Yeah, I've gotten rid of a lot of stuff.
In mystical writings that explore transpersonal states of awareness. When boundaries dissolve and trauma leaves an emptiness, it can be viewed as liberation from attachment, diminishing the significance of connection to the material world. The immaterial realm may gain profound significance, leading to unforeseen developments. Confronting that may lead to boundary experiences, resulting in states of transparency. Faced with the limits of life, one loses the familiar sense of physical existence, and an awareness of another reality emerges, something indescribable but deeply meaningful, transcending the ego. Traumatic experiences activate primal layers of the psyche, creating an emotional landscape filled with archetypal symbols. Archetypal suffering often prompts the use of religious and mythological language to articulate the inexpressible. Trauma is likened to an experience of hell or God in exile, a frightening encounter with the dark side of the divine. There is an image of a concealed God whose absence makes us perceive heaven as an abyss, subjecting us to the archetypal sense of being cast out and forsaken, akin to the biblical Job. The aftermath of a traumatic experience is metaphorically described as a yawning abyss, a black hole, a void, or the experience of anti-creation, symbolizing a profound rupture in the psyche. Trauma can be understood as a disruption in meaning, where the container of one's experiences is shattered and the connection between the ego and the self is severed. However, it also possesses the potential to act as a catalyst for a transformative shift in one's life orientation. Trauma has the power to compel the emergence of extraordinary capacities, both creative and destructive. When trauma occurs, it triggers a profound reorganization of our perception of the world and ourselves.
I didn't do it. I didn't do this. I did nothing. I've exited the Matrix. This is what happens. Absolutely nothing. Wait, for what valley? Is it still Mardi Gras? Hey, nice, nice. Is the live on now, or when does it go on? Nice. Excited to see it. What's up, Boogie? How you doing? Sorry, just saw your chat. How you doing, buddy? Guys, give me 100 concurrent viewers on Kick so I can apply for this. I need 100 concurrent viewers. Everybody, tell your friends about my Kick. Kick.com/catnip. Damn, man. I am very far away from that 100 concurrent viewers.
A couple years ago, and I kind of relate to some of those folks who were complaining to some of you guys, saying, "Oh, you could do more," or "You should talk about this."
Right.
And I'm at the point now where those folks need to get off the couch and go find your local Democratic Party and just show up. You would be absolutely shocked at how easy it is. you gain credibility really quickly. And just in the 2 years that I've been doing it, I was
Yeah, that one time Valley, but it's because they put me on the front page.
for my county's leadership, and I'm also my county
They decided to be nice to me that day.
So I guess my message is just there's so much more people could be doing than complaining on Twitter all the time, and it's driving me nuts.
Well, I'll tell you something. It's interesting you brought that up because I think we had this a conversation sort of like this yesterday that, from my perspective, and I think I said reformation of the Democratic Party, which I mean literally means like displacing the leadership and replacing the leadership. When you go through like the last 2 weeks of the Supreme Court were the culmination of sort of, it was like, like that delayed kidney punch type of situation from the election of Trump. And in many respects, the depression and the reorientation that had to happen after Trump struck again, right? Because we are now there. The Supreme Court has basically announced we're not going to slow walk this. We're going to, in fact, we're gonna gobble up as much as we can at this point. And so I, personally, like I am in a period of sort of saying like, what is the best functioning of the show going forward, at least in this era, in this period. I mean, it shifts at different times, and it has over the course of, 12 or 18 years, however you want to measure it. And one of the things I think that I've been thinking about is the idea of encouraging people and giving people a sense that they can run locally and and providing those resources. So like, I just, and it's only been a couple of days since I've been really thinking about it, but that is one of the things that I'm thinking about. It's not a complete reorientation of the show, but like it would be, one of the things that we will try and look for guests, just to talk about, like, what do you do as a Democratic county chair? Like, demystify these things, because I think a lot of the things that hold people back from getting involved, and not just the Democratic Party. I mean, I think, we would do this for all sorts of different types of groups and organizations that you can get into, but people don't, I think, just think it's harder than it probably is.
For sure.
To become like someone who can actually influence the outcome of district elections, congressional district elections, statewide elections. I mean, that's why we had on, Aaron today. It was just like your dollar and your organizing, everything you do, because it's a smaller pond. And the ponds you're talking about, it starts at like a puddle, essentially. And
it goes doubly for states that aren't blue states. Like my buddy in Texas, like him and his friends got way, like they're progressing way faster than I would have expected, because the party is just kind of decrepit. And if you're in like a red state, like a smaller red state, it's probably the same thing.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I just say, one of the things, and it's really great that you're looking to do that, but right now I'm trying to find candidates to run for my local municipal elections, and it's, incredibly difficult. And literally, like, we'll take almost, maybe not anyone, but, we're looking for people. Like, that's how it feels right now. So I think people should stop, being scared. Maybe, I wasn't really educated about how this worked until I got into it, but it doesn't take much to figure it out. And I mean, my main message to folks, if you're feeling frustrated and you feel powerless, just find, either your local Democratic Party or some other progressive organizations that you believe in, and just show up. Just show up. It's that easy. And then you can figure out like, oh, maybe maybe I'm really good at social media and I'll be able to volunteer and help them manage your social media page. Or maybe I'm really good at analyzing data and I can help pull targeted door knocking lists for our volunteers. I mean, the list of possibilities is endless, and you'll never know what you can contribute until you show up and raise your hand and say, "Hey, I'm here."
Yeah, it's a great point. Where again are you located?
I'm in Lake County, Illinois, and actually, we're only I'm in the Ela Township, which is kind of like we're pretty close. We're the county right above Cook County on the way to Wisconsin, and in fact, the same county that the Highland Park shooting happened in. And in fact, we had just finished marching in our 4th of July parade at the same time that they were doing it, and we saw some of our local candidates that mentioned there was a shooting. So, there's lots to do. We know there's lots to do, but we also know we need more people to come out and just help in any way they can. So.
Well, pop into the Discord if you can, and majoritydiscord.com, and if there's any folks in that area who want to get involved, maybe they can reach out to you.
Great, I'll do that.
All right, great. Thanks. I appreciate the call. And Really Cool says, and get involved in your local DSA and
Can I show you something that kind of messed me up? This is a ribbon that represents 100 years. And depending on how old you are when you're watching this, you've probably already lived about a third of your life. So this is gone. And unfortunately, most people don't make it to 100 years old. We only make it till about 80. So we probably won't see this side of life, which unfortunately means this is how long you have to live. And unfortunately, most people will spend this much time working, doing something they hate, missing their kids growing up, living paycheck to paycheck, tens of thousands of dollars in debt, one emergency away from having their entire savings wiped out. And this isn't hypothetical. This is the life of the average American, but I guarantee you, it won't be yours if you're willing to try my plan for the next 10 days. Why am I so confident? How can I make such a confident statement? 15 years in digital marketing, worked with some of the largest franchises in the world, Kia, Dave & Buster's, Orange Theory, Massage Envy, consulted and trained a couple Fortune 500 companies, Keurig, Dr. Pepper, Procter & Gamble, keynoted over a
Hi, I'm Aurora.
Sorry guys, my food got here. Give me 1 minute. Okay, back, sorry. Oh my gosh, Felly. Hello, Cowboy. I don't know if you're still here, but hello. Hello.
I actually got really involved.
After this, we're gonna watch Philip
Democratic
DeFranco,
Party
the new one.
a couple years ago, and I kind of relate to some of those folks who were complaining to some of you guys, saying, "Oh, you could do more," or "You should talk about this or that." And I'm at the point now where those folks need to get off the couch and go find your local Democratic Party and just show up. You would be absolutely shocked at how easy it is. You gain credibility really quickly. And just in the 2 years that I've been doing it, I became a precinct captain, which gave me some voting power for my county's leadership. And I'm also my township chair now. So I guess my message is just there's so much more people could be doing than complaining on Twitter all the time, and it's driving me nuts.
Well, I'll tell you something. It's interesting you brought that up, because I think we had this conversation sort of like this yesterday, that, from my perspective, and I think I said reformation of the Democratic Party, which I mean literally means like displacing the leadership and replacing the leadership. When you go through like the last 2 weeks of the Supreme Court were the culmination of sort of, it was like, like that delayed kidney punch type of situation from the election of Trump. And in many respects, the depression and the reorientation that had to happen after Trump struck again. Right? Because we are now there. The Supreme Court has basically announced, we're not going to slow walk this. We're going to, in fact, we're going to gobble up as much as we can at this point. And so I, personally, like, I am in a period of sort of saying, like, what is the best functioning of the show going forward, at least in this era, in this period. I mean, it shifts at different times, and it has over the course of, 12 or 18 years, however you want to measure it. And one of the things I think that I've been thinking about is the idea of encouraging people and giving people a sense that they can run locally, and and providing those resources. So, like, I just, and it's only been a couple of days since I've been really thinking about it, but that is one of the things that I'm thinking about. It's not a complete reorientation of the show, but like it would be, one of the things that we will try and look for guests, just to talk about, like, what do you do as a Democratic county chair? Like, demystify these things, because I think a lot of the things that hold people back from getting involved, and not just the Democratic Party. I mean, I think, we would do this for all sorts of different types of groups and organizations that you can get into, but people don't, I think, just think it's harder than it probably is.
For sure.
To become like someone who can actually influence the outcome of district elections, congressional district elections, statewide elections. I mean, that's why we had on, Aaron today. It was just like, your dollar and your organizing, everything you do, because it's a smaller pond. And the ponds you're talking about, it starts at like a puddle, essentially. And
it goes doubly for states that aren't blue states. Like my buddy in Texas, like him and his friends got way, like, they're progressing way faster than I would have expected, because the party is just kind of decrepit. And if you're in like a red state, like a smaller red state, it's probably the same thing.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I just say, one of the things, and it's really great that you're looking to do that, but right now I'm trying to find candidates to run for my local municipal elections. And it's, incredibly difficult. And literally, like, we'll take almost, maybe not anyone, but, we're looking for people. Like, that's how it feels right now. So I think people should stop being scared. Maybe I mean I wasn't really educated about how this worked until I got into it, but it doesn't take much to figure it out. And I mean, my main message to folks, if you're feeling frustrated and you feel powerless, just find, either your local Democratic Party or some other progressive organizations that you believe in and just show up. Just show up. It's that easy. And then you can figure out like, oh, maybe maybe I'm really good at social media and I'll be able to volunteer and help them manage your social media page. Or maybe I'm really good at analyzing data and I can help pull targeted door knocking lists for our volunteers. I mean, the list of possibilities is endless, and you'll never know what you can contribute until you show up and raise your hand and say, hey, I'm here.
Yeah, it's a great point. Where again are you located?
I'm in Lake County, Illinois, and actually, we're only I'm in the Ela Township, which is kind of like we're pretty close. We're the county right above Cook County on the way to Wisconsin, and in fact the same county that the Highland Park shooting happened in. In fact, we had just finished marching in our 4th of July parade at the same time that they were doing it, and we saw some of our local candidates that mentioned there was a shooting. So, there's lots to do. We know there's lots to do, but we also know we need more people to come out and just help in any way they can. So.
Well, pop into the Discord if you can, and majoritydiscord.com, and if there's any folks in that area who want to get involved, maybe they can reach out to you.
Great, I'll do that.
All right, great. Thanks. I appreciate the call. And Really Cool says, and get involved in your local DSA and Working Families Party. Absolutely. Absolutely.
রাত্রেবেলা মনে করেন ঘুমাতে দিত না ছেলেরা।
Sup, you beautiful bastards. You're watching the Philip DeFranco Show. I got an extra large one for you today. So much news to talk about. We've got people freaking out about this Jenna Ortega sex video. All the wild news around Disney. Disgusting details around Vince McMahon keep getting worse and worse. The Supreme Court's weighing in on the 2024 election. And the truth about so-called gentle parenting. And then there's even more, so buckle up, hit that like button to let YouTube know that you like these daily dives into the news, and let's just jump into it. Starting with, it's long overdue that we talk about this mess.
Many of us experienced or heard rumors of different levels of evil for years.
And the allegations are disgusting.
Disgusting, heinous.
This is a massive scandal.
I don't think he can survive this because it's too much.
Now let's dive into this situation with Vince McMahon, because you may have heard that last month he resigned from his post as the chairman of WWE's parent company, TKO. And that's because the day before, a former employee filed a lawsuit against McMahon, another executive, and the WWE, accusing them of physical and emotional abuse, sexual assault, and trafficking. And all of this adding on to the already existing allegations against McMahon, because back in 2022, he had actually retired from the WWE amid sexual misconduct claims, with the board then investigating accusations that he paid $12 million in hush money over the prior 16 years, which then later turned out to actually be almost $20 million. With then months later, McMahon paying millions of more in dollars to settle a lawsuit alleging that he raped a former wrestling referee in 1986. But then, after all of that, he ended up returning to the company.
Oof, I don't know about this.
Everything that we're seeing, it appears that he may be gone for good. With all this, the devil is in the details. So to understand how one of the biggest names in wrestling fell so hard, we got to go back to 2019, because that is when former wrestler Ashley Massaro died, with then her lawyer releasing a sworn affidavit detailing what happened to her way back in 2006. Because while on tour with the WWE at a military base in Kuwait, she said that a man claiming to be a doctor injected her with a paralyzing drug and raped her. And her saying, despite being unable to control my movements, I remained fully conscious for every second of the attack. And then after word spread about this incident, she claimed that McMahon and other executives pulled her into a meeting about it, and they told her not to talk about what happened, partly to preserve the company's relationship with the military. Though in a filing the next month, the WWE called the claim a stale and baseless allegation, denying that Ashley had ever reported a sexual assault to anyone affiliated with the company. But since then, more details have come out casting doubt on the WWE's denial. For example, you had Paul London, a former WWE wrestler who dated Ashley when they were both with the company, saying,
"She would be crying to me because Vince was propositioning her to fly on the jet with them. They'd always put the divas up at like the TV hotel or whatever. he'd be knocking on her door and, trying to get her to answer.
And then also adding that she was herself a victim of McMahon's sexual misconduct. Plus, just this last September, Audible released a podcast called Ashley versus WWE, in which people who knew Massaro backed up her claims from the affidavit. And now you've got Vice News revealing that John Laurinaitis, a former WWE executive who was named in Ashley's affidavit, reportedly knew about the alleged rape, with his lawyers saying in a statement to the outlet,
Yeah, I don't even know these people. I was never into
became
wrestling.
aware of the allegations and ensured all proper WWE protocols were followed, including privacy for the alleged victim. But then adding, we object to the use of the term cover-up as no such plan or plot ever took place to hide or assist in the alleged rape. But that was an absolute bombshell, because not only did it confirm that Laurinaitis knew, but also that most other executives did as well. And again, that is just with one rape allegation. Right? You also have the lawsuit last month that finally seems to have brought McMahon down for good. And that one coming from Janelle Grant, a woman who says that she met McMahon in 2019 when they lived in the same building, with her saying that he offered her career-making and life-changing promises. But then soon after, she says that he pressured her into a sexual relationship, with him even sending nude photos and videos of her to other men inside and outside the company. And so while all this was playing out, you had the WWE hiring her and McMahon reportedly showering her with gifts, cars, surgery, gift cards. And so she says that she felt coerced to give in to his increasingly depraved sexual appetite under fear of losing her job, with her then going on to allege that he made her have sex with other men, and that including Laurinaitis before the start of workdays, which Laurinaitis dubbed breakfast. Also, both of these men allegedly assaulted her in a WWE office while saying no means yes and take it, bitch. Another time, McMahon allegedly caused her pain and bleeding while using sex toys that he named after different wrestlers. There were also things like during a threesome, he allegedly defecated on her and then kept having sex with her. And one of the big final things is the lawsuit alleges that other WWE executives knew about Grant's relationship with McMahon, and saying that the company actively sought to conceal the wrongdoing. Now, with all this, you have a spokesperson for McMahon telling Deadline the lawsuit is replete with lies, obscene made-up instances that never occurred, and a vindictive distortion of the truth, and adding that he will vigorously defend himself. But with so many accusations and lawsuits piling up from different women, you have many people having a hard time believing that. But you're also seeing some of McMahon's supporters excusing his past behavior, by arguing that Grant was really more of a sugar baby, not a real victim, and that framing being pushed out to the world by the likes of Andrew Tate.
He worked hard to become a billionaire, and he bought her all of these things. This is disgusting. Ready? This is disgusting.
But in her lawsuit, Grant says that she pleaded to end the quid pro quo sexual relationship multiple times, but saying the alleged coercion only then got worse. Plus, even during specific instances of assault, she claims she begged McMahon and Laurinaitis to stop, but they held her down. But the final thing that I'll hit on is, for me, as like someone that grew up watching the WWE, and like I don't really watch it that much now, I like tune into random things. It's kind of wild to think that like the character that Vince McMahon was playing on TV, just doing like the craziest, most depraved shit on national television, that is allegedly the toned down version of who he is in real life, not the exaggerated version. And while speculation, it does feel like he knew that this was going to go down, because just a few months ago he made headlines because he was selling $700 million worth of TKO stock. But hey, as all of this is still developing and still playing out, I gotta pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts here, especially if you were or have been or currently are a fan of the WWE? And then this video,
Yikes. My thoughts are what the fuck, yikes.
Because if you didn't know, Jenna, who's 21, and Martin Freeman, who's 52, star in a movie together called Miller's Girl. And there are these videos of intimate scenes where, how do I describe it? Bilbo Baggins is treating Wednesday like the One Ring. They have prompted strong reactions for a number of reasons. Right? In the movie, Jenna plays an 18-year-old student who gets tangled up in an inappropriate relationship with her teacher, with many just grossed out by the considerable age gap between the two actors. Meanwhile, you had others saying things like, I get some people don't want to see certain scenes in Miller's Girl, I also don't, but treating Jenna Ortega like she's a child forced to take on certain projects or film certain scenes is so insulting to her and her work. But a big part of the reason that we're talking about this today is, all that online discourse, it ended up making its way to the film's intimacy coordinator, Kristen Arjona, who then said in an interview that Jenna was very involved in the entire process for the intimate scenes, and saying there were many, many people throughout this process engaging with Jenna to make sure that it was consistent with what she was comfortable with, and she was very determined and very sure of what she wanted to do. And adding, part of my job too is supporting her decisions. I adapt to whatever is the comfort level of my actors, especially on a production like this, where there is a large age gap between the actors. And again, making sure, especially with someone who's significantly younger, that they are giving continuous consent. She then went on to say that they discussed the levels of nudity that both actors were comfortable with, as well as talking about modesty garment options to keep their bits separated. Also, reportedly, each actor was given information about the scene 2 days in advance, and she stressed that they also had the option to change their minds the day of, right, if they were no longer comfortable. She also added that the cast and crew had discussions about these scenes before they were filmed, and they even used test audiences to get a feel for whether the scenes were, quote, too much. But with all of that said, I'm kind of left with two things. The first being, of course, I'd love to know your thoughts generally on the story, but also two, I haven't seen the movie yet, the context of certain scenes, what actually like the story is trying to tell. But honestly, rightly or wrongly, this controversy around this movie is probably the best thing it has going for it. Because right now, the reviews are atrocious. It is a 32% critic score, a 43% audience score. While some of the criticisms appear to be connected to like the stuff we're talking about today, one review saying the writer-director brought back all the ickiness of the 1960s to 80s when movies and TV commercials portrayed tween and teen girls as sexually provocative and available to men. There are also others that just say it's a bad movie, writing the film ultimately commits a truly unforgivable cinematic offense. It turns tedious, as well as it's just boring. And in a film aimed at pushing buttons, you absolutely can't be boring. And then, I don't know about y'all, but my energy level just plummets around 3 p.m., like give or take. And my focus, like forget about it. My day's not over then. I still gotta be on my A game. Not just for the last of work, but so I can be there for my friends, my wife, my 2 young kids. Actually be present in the moment. And recently I started using Energy Multiplier from Liquid IV, and man, the boost has gotten me over the hump. Because the Energy Multiplier code DeFranco. Cheers. And then, in big business and entertainment news, let's talk about Disney Plus. Because we just got the news that at the end of 2023, in their final quarter, they lost 1.3 million subscribers. With that appearing to be at least somewhat connected to their price hike. Right? They raised the price from $10.99 a month to $13.99 a month, right? An about 27% jump. And while you may think this is horrible news for Disney, it's actually fantastic news. I'm gonna oversimplify the numbers here because there's a lot going on, especially as Disney Plus and Hulu, they're rolling out like this combined package. It's heavily discounted. And the number of Disney Plus core subscribers went from 112.6 million to 111.3 million. For the sake of this, I'm going to say it just started at 100 million. Let's say all those subscribers went from paying $10.99 a month to $13.99 a month. Well, that means they were bringing in $1,099,000,000 a month. And by changing the price, if they lost 0 subscribers, they'd all of a sudden just magically make $300 million more a month. But of course, they're going to lose some. Pricing matters. If they lose just 1%, that's 1 million subscribers. That ends up being a very insignificant number in the grand scheme of things. In fact, as long as they lost, let's say, less than 20% of their subscriber base, they're making more money now. And then even they're losing ad-free subscribers, not the worst thing in the world. Especially because we're seeing these companies trying to migrate people to where they're able to serve them ads. Right? Disney has an ad tier that's $7.99 a month. Hulu has one at the same price. And if you combine them, it's only $9.99.
I mean, if you had 0 energy, you'd probably be asleep, so you at least have like 0.000001.
Healthy shit. Now, if the loss turns into a drastic trend and we see that grow, then, maybe that changes the situation. But those are largely not the trends that we've been seeing in this space. And it's also important to note with Disney that all of this isn't happening in like a tiny bubble. Because the corporate side of Disney has been incredibly tense in recent weeks. With activist investors like Nelson Peltz of Trian Fund Management and Blackwell's Capital each leading their own proxy campaign with their eyes on seats on Disney's board. Which obviously, CEO Bob Iger, not a fan of, saying these activist investors are the last thing the company needs. So not really new ground here. Like Peltz, for his part, has been fighting for a while. With Disney saying that he's tried 24 times to get a seat on the board. So as Disney stock continued to decline in 2023, that prompted Peltz to start this new campaign, which is also why the subscription price change is such a big deal. It's slashing Disney's streaming losses, which is especially important because, they've had some box office flops. Wish, The Marvels, the new Indiana Jones movie. All the while, Bob Iger saying, I'm getting this shit back on track, don't worry. And yesterday, we also learned that Disney's per-share earnings for the last quarter were 23% higher than what Wall Street predicted. And specifically, they're citing the revenue, the profit, and margins in their theme parks, which is especially notable because for the first time ever, all of Disney's overseas parks turned a profit. And in fact, the theme park and consumer product division brought in over $3 billion in profits. And then going back to streaming, Iger saying, it's not going to be losses, saying that Disney's streaming will be profitable by the fall of this year, and saying forget about losing even more subscribers, saying they are on track to add 5.5 million subscribers this quarter alone. And then of course, it doesn't even stop there because it's just crazy news. Disney also is making headlines because they're investing $1.5 billion into Epic Games, or the creators of Fortnite, saying that they'll work with the studio to make games in an entertainment universe where fans can, quote, play, watch, shop, and engage with content, characters, and stories from Disney, Pixar, Marvel, Star Wars, Avatar, and more. Which usually, the cynic in me would go, that just sounds like a bunch of buzzwords. But honestly, given what a fantastic job Epic Games did with Lego Fortnite, whatever this is going to look like actually has a chance to be good. And then, I guess, just for good measure, with Disney announcing they've made a deal with Taylor Swift to bring the Eras Tour concert movie exclusively to Disney Plus in March, along with announcing a teaser for Moana 2. While you have activist investors out there giving quotes, kind of calling bullshit on this, my response is, I don't know. The main thing all this news kind of confirms for me is the devil may work hard, but Bob Iger works harder. Though, I've also also never seen them in the same room together at the same time. And then the Supreme Court just heard possibly one of the most important cases of our lifetime again. Right? Because today, the 9 justices listened to arguments about whether Trump should be banned from running for office because of his actions around the insurrection. With all of that, of course, stemming from a legal challenge brought by Trump against the historic and unprecedented decision by Colorado Supreme Court to remove him from the primary ballot under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. With that notably banning people from holding office if they've sworn an oath to uphold the Constitution and then committed insurrection against the government, which has only been used to bar candidates 8 times since it was adopted in the 1860s, though that also including 2 years ago against a New Mexico County commissioner who trespassed on the Capitol during the insurrection. But it has never been used for a presidential candidate. You know, with this, we've seen a lot of overlapping rulings and legal back and forth as to whether this is even a possibility. So all of that brought us today, where in court, there were 3 main questions that the lawyers argued over. Is the president considered an officer of the United States, which is the term used in the Constitution? Did Trump's actions on and leading up to January 6th amount to an act of insurrection? Does Congress need to act
No,
first before Trump
Valley.
can be disqualified under Section 3? Or is that power vested in the states? Well, we heard the justices present a range of opinions and questions on all this. One thing that both the liberals and the conservatives seemed to express here was skepticism, right? And that regarding several aspects of the Colorado ruling and whether Trump can be disqualified for his actions. In fact, according to the Associated Press, 8 of the 9 justices indicated that they were open to at least some of the arguments made by Trump's lawyers, with only Justice Sonia Sotomayor suggesting in her questioning and remarks that she might uphold the ruling from the Colorado Supreme Court. And while you had a lot of different things being debated here, there was a big focus on the question of states' rights, with a majority of the justices implying that they do not believe that the states can disqualify candidates in a national election without Congress enacting some kind of legislation first. And that opinion was further hashed out in comments from Chief Justice John Roberts, with Roberts arguing that the 14th Amendment was adopted to limit states' rights while empowering the federal government, and saying that the 14th Amendment is
the last place that you'd look for authorization for the states, including Confederate states, to enforce, implicitly authorized, to enforce the presidential election process.
And that was also echoed by liberal justices like Kagan.
I think that the question that you have to confront is why a single state should decide who gets to be president of the United States.
Also notable is that there was more limited questioning from the justices regarding whether Trump actually engaged in insurrection. We did see this back and forth between the lawyer for Colorado voters and Justice Brett Kavanaugh, with the justice pointing out that Trump has not been charged with insurrection in any 4 cases and 91 charges that he faces.
Some of the rhetoric of your position seems to suggest unless the states can do this, no one can prevent insurrectionists from holding federal office. But obviously Congress has enacted statutes, including one still in effect, Section 2383 of Title 18 prohibits insurrection. It's a federal criminal statute. And if you're convicted of that, it says shall be disqualified from holding any office. And so there is a federal statute on the books, but President Trump has not been charged with that. So what are we to make of that?
So generally, not looking good for those who wanted Trump removed from the ballot, especially because while this involves Colorado, it's not limited to just Colorado. Or the decision here will be binding to all the other states where Section 3 challenges are ongoing or have already been decided one way or the other. And those far-reaching implications are also something that the justices expressed concerns about, with Roberts saying that if the court upheld the Colorado decision, other states could kick other candidates off their ballots.
It'll come down to just a handful of states that are going to decide the presidential election. That's a pretty daunting consequence.
Justice Samuel Alito also chiming in, saying that if the states were given the ability to make their own decisions of disqualifying candidates, it could create an unmanageable situation. And so as far as what happens next, there's a few ways the courts could rule. For one, they could issue a broad decision about whether Trump is eligible to run for president and hold office at all, with several justices indicating they want the court to issue a sweeping ruling like this to just resolve the whole situation once and for all. Or they could also essentially kick the can down the road and say, hey, this is a political question that needs to be decided by the lawmakers and voters, not the courts. And we should know generally soon, because unlike normal SCOTUS decisions, this one's actually being fast-tracked. While they might not be able to make a decision before Colorado mails state primary ballots this Sunday, they could realistically rule before Super Tuesday on March 5th, which notably is when Colorado and 14 other states will hold their primaries. And then we've got to talk about the absolutely massive news regarding Brazil's former president Jair Bolsonaro. Because just this morning, the authorities there officially named Bolsonaro as the target of a federal investigation into whether his government planned a coup to keep him in power after he lost the 2022 election. And the parallels to the January 6th insurrection for a guy that was called Brazil's Donald Trump, they're wild. Right, for months before the election, Bolsonaro and his allies made false claims about the integrity of the electoral system, trying to build up distrust among the public. And then, when he lost the election, Bolsonaro refused to concede, with the supporters launching widespread protests for months, demanding the military prevent this new democratically elected president from taking office. And then actually, January 8th of last year, those protests morphed into insurrection-like riots when demonstrators stormed Brazil's Congress, Supreme Court, and presidential offices claiming that the election had been stolen. So shortly after that, Brazil's Supreme Court launched an investigation into the possible role Bolsonaro Bolsonaro and his administration had in that coup, which now brings us to today, with federal investigators releasing an insanely damning 134-page court order authorizing a massive federal police operation. This order provides details from the investigation that are absolutely bombshell with a capital B. Right, drawing from the federal probe, the document outlines a widespread conspiracy to keep Bolsonaro in power involving top aides, ministers, military officials, and the former president himself. With the investigators even detailing how different overlapping groups of Bolsonaro allies across the government and military took up tasks to achieve this goal. With this including but not limited to producing and spreading disinformation about the election, drafting legal arguments to justify and initiate a coup, recruiting more members of the military to help launch a coup, spying on judges, including the leader of the Supreme Court, so they could arrest them when the coup was launched. And that's in addition to encouraging, guiding, and even financing protesters who eventually stormed the Capitol. And while much of this work was done by people close to Bolsonaro, his fingerprints are also all over this, with investigators alleging that he was present for key meetings and detailing his deep involvement in the effort to sow disinformation. Which, I mean, that's already established. He's banned from public office until 2030. But potentially the most damning thing is that they also found that Bolsonaro himself was directly involved in drafting a decree to execute the coup, with him specifically providing edits on sections of that decree that would have set up new elections and directed the arrests of key government officials, with those including leaders of the Supreme Court and Senate. And keep in mind here, everything that I'm talking about, this is just like the top level highlights. Or we're just scratching the surface on this authoritarian creme brulee. This is a massive and super detailed document. And also, and this is a key thing here, this doesn't just outline alleged wrongdoings. This is a court order that explicitly authorizes specific actions, with federal police announcing they have now issued 33 search and seizure warrants and made 4 preventative arrest warrants, with those including some of Bolsonaro's closest allies.
I'll probably be around for a bit.
Now, with this, Bolsonaro, for his part, was not among those raided or arrested, but the fact that he was named as a target shows that he is clearly implicated, as did the fact that he, like others, was ordered to surrender his passport to authorities, which experts say could indicate the possibility of a future arrest. And so it's going to be very interesting to see how all this plays out, because what we are talking about is a full-blown government conspiracy involving a ton of the top people and even potentially the former president himself. And with how everything's set up right now, regardless of what specifically happens, it is very likely going to be huge. And then, are you looking for that fun gift for someone on Valentine's Day? Maybe the gift that's not only for them, but maybe for you. Well, look no further, because one of today's fantastic sponsors has you comfortably covered. Look no further than to Me Undies.
I'll be right back.
Fans and consumers of Me Undies for years now. We love them. Huge fans of the different designs they offer. Also, I'm a fan of how comfortable and durable they are. They last great for years. I only had to get new ones because, my body has changed, which is also a big thing too, because Me Undies is an all-inclusive line with a look for everyone sized extra small to 4XL. And there really is something for everyone, from black classics to fun expressive prints. And right now they have Valentine's Day prints like electric hearts and lovebirds. And it's also not just comfortable underwear. Me Undies actually has joggers, hoodies, onesies, and more. Their signature fabric's soft and warm while being breathable, stretchy, and just staying comfy. It's an ideal all-day wear. And get this, if you're not happy with your first pair of undies, no worries, it's on them. And I think it's important to point out that they use sustainably sourced materials and work with partners that care for their workers. So this Valentine's Day, give someone that gift that'll always have them thinking of you, and get 20% off your first order plus free shipping. All at MeUndies.com/DeFranco. It's MeUndies.com/DeFranco for 20% off plus free shipping. MeUndies, comfort from the outside in. And then, next up, we need to talk about gentle parenting. But to start things off, I gotta ask you, what do you think gentle parenting is? Because if you asked a dozen parents, what does that mean? You might get a dozen different answers. Right? Everyone's interpreting and applying it differently. There's tons of noise and misconception. And it's become a very popular parenting style, and one that people love to talk about. I mean, on TikTok, just the hashtag for it alone has over 5 billion views from parents explaining how they use gentle parenting in their lives and what it looks like for them. And because there's such a mess around what the hell is actually going on, I want to try to unpack this. So for this story, we spoke with Claire Lerner, a licensed clinical social worker and child development specialist. And she explained, at its core,
what gentle parenting means, writ large, I would say, is a parent-child relationships that is characterized by clear boundaries, empathy, understanding, and respect, okay, for the child, which are all critically important aspects of like a long-term healthy relationship.
Right, so it's important that we start there, because some people think that it's just letting your child run wild, or your kid does whatever they want all the time, you never say no, but it's not really that. It's supposed to be actually laying out clear rules and boundaries, enforcing them consistently, but also treating your kid like a human with feelings, right? And so you also acknowledge those feelings. So that might look like telling your kid, no, you can't have a new toy or a sugary snack before bed, but then also explaining why, right? Showing that you understand they're frustrated even if you don't agree. It's also things like giving a kid some autonomy over their body, like giving giving them and telling them they have the right to not hug someone if they don't feel like it, letting them wave or high five instead. With places like the New Yorker explaining that the goal is to create a child who can recognize and control their emotions because their emotions have been validated, which should help them be self-regulating, kind, and conscientious. Right, and all of that at least looks a little different from how previous generations were raised. With Lerner noting that a lot of people had the do as I say because I said so rule, which my parents definitely loved. They also loved the do what I say, not what I do, because, you know, fun bonus points for being hypocrites. But also you have situations where toddlers are just getting punished for things they weren't capable of understanding was wrong.
Now we know that, even babies are deeply feeling humans. The way you talk to them, the way you nurture them, as they grow, the way you encourage their independence and help them learn how to manage life's frustrations and disappointments is through empathy and teaching, not punishing.
And with this, a report from the outside.
Sorry, guys.
And then, next up, we need to talk about gentle parenting. But to start things off, I got to ask you, what do you think gentle parenting is? Because if you asked a dozen parents, what does that mean? You might get a dozen different answers. Right? Everyone's interpreting and applying it differently. There's tons of noise and misconception. And it's become a very popular parenting style. And one that people love to talk about. I mean, on TikTok, just the hashtag for it alone has over 5 billion views from parents explaining how they use gentle parenting in their lives and what it looks like for them. And because there's such a mess around what the hell is actually going on, I want to try to unpack this. So for this story, we spoke with Claire Lerner, a licensed clinical social worker and child development specialist. And she explained, at its core,
what gentle parenting means, writ large, I would say, is a parent-child relationships that is characterized by clear boundaries, empathy, understanding, and respect, okay, for the child, which are all critically important aspects of like a long-term healthy relationship.
Right, so it's important that we start there because some people think that it's just letting your child run wild, or your kid does whatever they want all the time. You never say no, but it's not really that. It's supposed to be actually laying out clear rules and boundaries, enforcing them consistently, but also treating your kid like a human with feelings, right? And so you also acknowledge those feelings. So that might look like telling your kid, no, you can't have a new toy or a sugary snack before bed, but then also explaining why, right? Showing that you understand they're frustrated even if you don't agree. It's also things like giving a kid some autonomy over their body, like giving them and telling them they have the right to not hug someone if they don't feel like it, letting them wave or high five instead. With places like the New Yorker explaining that the goal is to create a child who can recognize and control their emotions because their emotions have been validated, which should help them be self-regulating, kind, and conscientious. Right, and all of that at least looks a little different from how previous generations were raised. With Lerner noting that a lot of people had the do as I say because I said so rule, which my parents definitely loved. They also loved the do what I say, not what I do, because, you know, fun bonus points for being hypocrites. But also you have situations where toddlers are just getting punished for things they weren't capable of understanding was wrong.
Now we know that, even babies are deeply feeling humans. The way you talk to them, the way you nurture them, as they grow, the way you encourage their independence and help them learn how to manage life's frustrations and disappointments is through empathy and teaching, not punishing.
And with this, a report from The Conversation going so far as to say that, quote, perhaps gentle parenting is more than just a parenting style. It's also a rejection of the parenting styles of previous generations. Right? So it's not some kind of free-for-all, but it's also not enforcing militaristic compliance either.
It's not like you're loving your child or you're setting limits. Like, the limits are a critical part of loving your child because it keeps them healthy and safe, and it helps them learn to adapt and be flexible and manage when they can't get what they want when they want it.
But, and this is a key thing here, because the point of this segment isn't me telling you how to raise your children. Even though many have found this to be an effective parenting model, shocker, raising kids is incredibly difficult, and not all kids are the same. For some kids, they're going to hear an explanation about why they can't do something and move on with their day. Others are going to have a full-blown meltdown. And those kids may not want to then hear their parents try to empathize and sort out the emotions.
It's overwhelming. They can't process it. Often it feels very intrusive when parents are saying things like, I know you're really mad. They're screaming, I'm not mad. Stop telling me I'm mad. Stop looking at me. Go away. The reactivity level is so intense and so quick that what they need is, like, my motto is less is more.
Also, having a reactive kid, that's not a sign of being a bad parent or raising a bad kid. It's just the way they're wired, and modifying to adapt to that is part of parenting. And key thing, even when it looks different than the methods you see working for others. But then that is also a big thing. Comparison. Seeing what's working for others, being told all these messages on social media about what parenting should look like, that could really strike a nerve. And actually with that, Lerner explaining that the discussion of gentle parenting has morphed into a lot of potentially unrealistic messages online, right? Saying that parents should always be engaged in a joyful connection with their kid, that they shouldn't feel frustrated, that you can always stay calm because if you're calm, your kid will always be too, that you should never separate from them in a tough moment. And so with that, you have learners saying those ideas can be a massive disservice to parents.
In the real world, that is not always the case. The messages parents have gotten have totally backfired, and parents have internalized that as there's something wrong with them, right? That they can't be a gentle parent and there's something wrong with their child.
And again, everything can be different. That's not to say that these messages are false in every single scenario. Some kids are calm and will roll with every punch, but some kids are more prone to stress and they're going to have a tantrum. When you have a toddler kicking and screaming, parents are only human. They start to feel just as exasperated. So even though gentle parenting leads with empathy, Lerner explained that parents are not bottomless pits of empathy. They have breaking points, and that's okay. It is okay to take a moment for yourself to get that out, get situated. Just be careful if you use that moment to go to Instagram Reels or TikTok, because there's no shortage of parent influencers who will make it seem like gentle parenting is this one-size-fits-all magic wand. When you have parents who are going through this rough moment, seeing that, they can start to internalize their stress and exhaustion.
It's so debilitating. I mean, I talk to parents on a daily basis who are in tears. It is incredibly distressing, and they blame themselves, which erodes their ability to be there for their child.
And also what adds to the exhaustion and the confusion is that so much of the online conversation around gentle parenting can be so vague. There's so many ideas that can be applied in different ways. You look left, you're told one thing. You look right, they say another. Which is why it's not surprising to see this report where the conversation spoke to parents using gentle parenting. And a lot of them were just at the end of their rope, with the report saying that many acknowledged without prompting they were struggling to feel competent. And 40% of these parents expressing that they were hanging on for dear life, that they felt like they had no clue what they were doing. It was making them feel exhausted, uncertain.
Thanks, CSS. How are you doing?
Some don't have a strong support system. Others, I mean, they're suffering from information overload like we are with a lot of things, but especially here. And this is, you have Dr. Cara Goodwin writing a piece for Psychology Today noting that when parents experience this overload, they actually have more difficulty making informed choices, and that parents who feel inclined to constantly research have lower confidence in their parental skills. So again, that's not to say that everything parents see online is going to have a negative impact. Or you've got articles and creators on social media trying to dispel many of the myths about gentle parenting, which is also why you had learners saying that parents should trust.
You're sleepy and we'll be going to bed. I feel that. I'm probably going to bed pretty early tonight.
Give themselves a moment to reassess.
What's the post that got you, that made you feel like you were a failure? And question. It's really making a major mind shift and saying, my job is to know who my child is and what makes them tick and what they need from me. And what I find is once I help parents recalibrate that, it's life-changing.
And on top of all that, parents can seek out content that will help you, not hold you back, and also, very importantly, kind of like meet you where you are. Because, y'all, so many of us know that what we see, what people are posting, it's bullshit. It's people trying to be seen a certain way, even if it doesn't reflect reality. Ideal aesthetic over real substance.
So I would say, look for the people who you feel reflect your reality, because you're going to probably get a lot more relatable, real life guidance from those sources.
One of the biggest things out there is you got to give yourself some grace.
You are human. Do not berate yourself for that.
But hey, that is where this is going to end. Hopefully you feel like you learned something. I did. I initially went into this story because someone that just kind of lets their kid run wild and like walk all over them was like, yeah, it's gentle parenting. And I was like, I don't think that's what that is. But yeah, I'd really love to hear from you, whether it be about how you were raised or if you've tried certain models, whether it includes gentle parenting or not on your kids if you have them. Or, people love to recommend books on this topic. Really, any and all things. I'd love to hear from you. And then finally today, let's talk about yesterday today. We dive into the comments on the last video and see what y'all had to say. There's definitely a lot of conversation around the Crumbly conviction. Joltsbark saying it's hard to hear that these parents didn't care enough to secure the gun properly. Gun safety isn't taken seriously enough, and neither are mental health concerns. And others adding, I think it remains important in the Crumbly case to point out how intensely these parents did not show any care or concern, not only for the students, but their own son. Imagine your child creating a picture like that and not immediately thinking, I need to protect him, because he could have just as easily been talking about himself. And they not only pretended it meant nothing, they flat out refused to accept that any concern other people showed had merit either. I'm not sure I can ever be convinced that these two loved their son at all when they refused to show him the most basic of human decency over something so serious. And finally, Nidiana is saying, I work with kids with PTSD and I see a lot of parents not parenting. The Crumblies are a chilling example of how kids can turn out when they don't have the support they need. Also, to my surprise, there was actually a decent chunk of conversation around celebrities and the beauty space. Mark saying, I'm really impressed with Philip's knowledge of makeup shades, to which I'm 100% actually going to take credit for that. Though the origin of Fenty Beauty is just a rare thing that I have known about for a while. 99% of the rest of the beauty space I have no knowledge of. And actually, actually, on that note, some of y'all went into the comments to provide more details. With people like Rakushi saying the thing about Fenty was that they launched all 40 shades at the same time, which made them such a thing. Yes, MAC has just as many shades available, but it took literal months before I could find anything close to me. Another thing was Fenty also launched more undertones per shade as well, and saying if anything, brands took note and started holding off on releasing 15-ish shades until they developed their darker shades too. And Maple saying on Fenty Beauty and their foundation, they were the only brand when they launched where I wasn't the lightest shade, and other brands always used pink undertone that never matched me. As much as they went extremely inclusive on darker shades and should be commended about it, I feel the fact that they have all tones on every shade is incredible, and at that time, rather unheard of. And then finally, people asking when I'm gonna get in the space, saying when do we get a Philip de fragrance? Well, you won't. You're way more likely to get a DeFranco bourbon. But, you know, I guess never say never. I just want it to be something I'm actually passionate about. Like, I love Beautiful Bastard and the clothing company for a number of reasons. Like for the new blanks that we did the release of, and that's like a big part of our future, like size inclusivity, good fit, price point, all of that matters to me. Hell, even the graphic tee aspect of it, I'm a big believer in wearing your feelings. That's always fun for me. But like in the beauty space, I'm a basic bitch. I use a CeraVe moisturizer, or unless I'm using a Styx tinted moisturizer. That's my involvement in the space. But that is where your daily dive into the news is going to end. It's the final big show of the week, but
I don't do well with confrontation. You guys know that. I immediately, my brain pulls a ripcord. I have zero memory of that event. Did you know at least 50% of people report having at least one dissociative episode in their life? Yet it's not something that we talk about that often or even understand, which is why today I want to answer this question about dissociation and its causes. If you're new here, my name is Katie Morton and I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist. And today we're going to answer a question that I received online. Katie, I have a question about dissociation. Does it have to be caused by trauma, or are there other things that can cause dissociation? I thought this was a great question because we often think of dissociation as a response to trauma. Now, if you don't know what dissociation is, let me explain. When our nervous system becomes overwhelmed, right, with what's happening in our life, and I said overwhelmed because everyone is going to be different, right? Everyone's ability to weather life's storms is going to be different depending on how much sleep we got, how many coping skills we have, what our support system is like. All of those things are going to weigh in our ability to ride out what is happening to us or around us, okay? So when we become overwhelmed, meaning what's happening to us is too much for us to manage, our brain oftentimes pulls the ripcord on reality. Wah! Meaning it pulls us out of self and or environment. We call that depersonalization, being removed from self, or derealization, being removed from environment. This experience can feel like watching yourself like you're on TV or in a movie. It can feel like you're in a fog. It's like hazy. Or you can feel like you're like watching yourself do things just slightly out of body, almost like you don't have any control over what you say and do. Now, all of that experience is what we like to call dissociation. Now, that overwhelm that I talked
Bye, Jerome. Have a good night.
You know, it's funny because there's such a big conspiracy floating around.
LEDs don't get their color.
The imagination is not a state. It is the human existence itself. William Blake. Active imagination is a transformative practice developed by Swiss psychologist Carl Jung that offers a path towards attaining wholeness of mind by accessing the unconscious. By engaging with the unconscious mind and fostering open communication with it, individuals can uncover and integrate aspects of themselves that may have remained hidden or repressed. In our modern society, which tends to overemphasize left-brain thinking, active imagination can be a lifeline of self-realization and healing. If you are not yet familiar with this wonderful technique, then I'm glad that you are about to discover the benefits it offers.
Hi Lincoln, how you doing? You're eeepy. Perfect time to be eeepy for you, isn't it? Like 9 p.m.? Aw, you're content? That's so cute. I'm so happy for you, Lincoln. Cats are great. You give so much love.
And if you are familiar, I hope this video and the exercise I'm sharing on YouTube will deepen your practice and bring you greater benefits. Compared to Eastern meditation, active imagination is relatively unknown and underutilized in the West. However, the unconscious mind is communicating with us and influencing our thoughts, speech, and actions all the time, whether we are aware of its existence or not. Daydreaming, talking to ourselves, and dreaming are all clear examples of the conscious mind interacting with the unconscious mind. The interaction between the conscious and unconscious minds is a natural part of what it means to be human and has been serving our developments all the while. The difference with active imagination is that it is done deliberately and consciously. The conscious ego becomes involved in the process, and a two-way interaction can unfold. In this way, unconscious content can be made conscious, and likewise, the unconscious comes to reconcile with the ego. During the practice, you engage with archetypes like the magician, the high priestess, or the trickster. You can re-enter a recent dream to engage with its characters and uncover the lessons. Exercises like the shadow room allow for the exploration of shadow elements of the mind, while techniques like the emotional integration meditation enable working with presenting feelings or emotions. The possibilities for exploration are endless, and no part of the mind
on the whole world right now about, some kind of a secret cabal that's running the show behind the scenes. I think that's pretty funny because that's exactly what I believe, except it's your archetypes within you. It's not some outer figures. It's a projection by saying it's someone out there, it's those people over there. Label them somehow that you find the most scary. But actually, yes, there is a secret cabal running your show, and it's your inner life.
Yeah.
And so, you do the gods or the gods do you. I said that last time. This is the key way of thinking about life from my perspective. And, the more you know, the more you have choices of how you can express and what you want to do with it, how you want to use them as a committee of advisors. We have a lot of choice over that. It takes awareness, that takes work.
Welcome back to the transmission, my friends. You've probably noticed one of my most throbbing philosophical preoccupations is how we find meaning. How does one decode the cipher of their soul, their purpose, when they're being pelted with mundane obligation after mundane, modern, soul-sucking obligation? Of course, philosophical mainstay of the channel, the great Carl Jung, would say that that soul-sucking maze of modernity is more than it appears. That if we can get through the egotistical, materialistic outer layers, at the center of it all, we will find purpose. We will find soul. But if we do want to travel the maze, we've got to develop that mythopoetic fluency. And if we want to develop mythopoetic fluency, we have to start learning the language of archetypes. We have to learn to see their influence, both in our psyches and in the world at large. I really can't give you a just definition here, but you can think of archetypes like primordial qualities of psychic life, qualities, templates that you'll notice show up time and time again in myth, in the world, in your own mind. If this is all sounding like gibberish, I have a whole orienting transmission on the topic of archetypes. I will link it in the description if you want to wet your wonder whiskers a bit more. But when it comes to archetypal mythopoetic wisdom, our guest in this mind meld, Lawrence Hillman, is an absolute sage. He holds a PhD in psychology. He is well versed in archetypal psychology. On that note, he is the son of the founder of archetypal psychology, James Hillman, who's had a huge philosophical influence on me. Lawrence is also the founder of Archetypes at Work, and he spent his life studying one of the most influential archetypal languages in the history of humanity, astrology. He's also the author of Planets in Play and Alignments. This mind meld flows from the outset. I could just feel the quintessence tingling. We talk about some of my very favorite topics, the archetypal meaning of synchronicity, the archetypal language of dreams, and how archetypes communicate to us through dreams. We get into fate versus free will. On that note, how much control do we as agents really have? Are archetypes pulling the strings of our lives? Are they pulling the strings of reality at large? All of that and so much more. All the links you're going to need for Lawrence Hillman are in the description. Same for Third Eye Drops. And on the note of this media vessel, if you want to help us out, do presently like, subscribe, comment, share, tickle the algorithm in all ways. It is immensely important. And if you are digging these transmissions, I have some fantastic news. We've got over 300 audio-only episodes in our back catalog, but you can only hear those on podcast platforms, so do subscribe to Third Eye Drops wherever you listen. And would you like to go deeper? Would you like to initiate yourself into all of the mysteries I have to offer? Well, join over at patreon.com/Third Eye Drops, because we have a patron-only Discord server. We do a book club. We do monthly Zoom hangs. You can get rewards like stickers, pins, shirts, and more only at patreon.com/Third Eye Drops. I do hope to riff with you there, but without further ado, let's meld minds with the wise, wonderful Lawrence Hillman. It was funny because you just mentioned that you spoke with our mutual friend Molly Adler of the Back from the Borderline podcast recently, and she asked me yesterday, "What are you going to talk about with him?" And I was like, I don't want to know exactly what I'm going to talk about with him. Like, I have notes, I have ideas, but there's something, and maybe it's our mutual affinity for Sir Hermes Mercury, that kind of knowing too much where you're going spoils the potential novelty. You know, it's fun to go into the unexpected a little bit and see where our friend meets us in the conversation. You know.
Love it. So nice to be back. Thanks for having me, Michael. It was a pleasure last time. I look forward to this time. And yeah, that's the greatest way to have a conversation, is to see where it wants to go and not try to lead it. It has a mind of its own, of course.
Oh yes. And the mind of its own makes itself known. I really feel like when you go into the unknown, and especially in fields, you know, and I guess we're jumping right into some archetypal speculation. But that archetype of Mercury, of Hermes, obviously he's associated with many things, but language is one of the primary things. And I always feel, you know, there's been a lot written, people like Murray Stein, the Jungian analyst, you know, and I think Karenni, if that's his name, the one who wrote the book on Hermes, you know, that they talk about how synchronicity becomes much more likely when you're physically entering into the unknown, and that's sort of the signature of Hermes Mercury. But I feel like the same can be said of conversation. You know, like because I mean, really what we're doing is having some kind of conversational adventure, some kind of conversational travel. And it's always funny when things pop out. And I was just going to tell you about, speaking of this yesterday, a funny example. I was listening back to the reading that you did for me. Again, you know, what could be more mercurial than orating, you know, someone's natal chart? And as I was listening to it, I heard what I thought was my cat meowing and your cat meowing on the recording. And then I was like, that must have been in my mind. And then a second later in the recording, you say, hold on one second, my cat is, you know, just freaking out about something. And it was also my cat. So it was at literally the same time, but my cat in real life started meowing and going crazy about something. And on the recording, your cat was meowing at the same time, to a point where I wasn't sure, like, is this recording or is this my cat? And it was both. You know, it's just so funny. Just funny little things like that, which, you know, you could totally chalk up to coincidence on one hand, but on the other hand, it makes me it makes me. It's like one of those little shocks goes up your nervous system.
Yeah, coincidence is an interesting word because it has that sort of negative connotation. Well, that's just a coincidence. Coincidere just means two things happening at the same time.
Yeah.
All we're doing is that we are making meaning between the two, which makes it a synchronicity. That's the definition of synchronicity. So, for instance, if you're thinking of a friend you haven't talked to for 20 years and suddenly, she pops up in your mind and 10 minutes later the phone rings and it's her. That's a synchronicity. We all understand that there's some meaning there, even though we
Yeah.
cannot literally link the two together, with some kind of biomechanical way that we can logically measure. We all know there's a significance. That's what a synchronicity is. And Mercury is, of course, the king and queen of synchronicity. So making those connections and showing us that they're important to make sense of the world. We're meaning making creatures, and this Mercury is the greatest gift for that, because we are making meaning as we do. The cat's meow, that means something. We are seeking for
Oh,
that kind
yeah.
of meaning all the time. Others would just say, well, it's just an accident, just or not give coincidence any meaning. But part of this emerging time, I think, is that we are paying attention. There's other things we sort of dismiss, like, well, that's just a myth. Well, myth is is the most important of everything. So what culture has done with these terms, that's just coincidence or that's just a myth, is actually we should turn that around and say, yeah, thank goodness we're recognizing the myth, or thank goodness we're recognizing the coincidence. Thank you very much, Mercury, for making that clear to us.
Yeah,
Or Hermes.
absolutely. Yeah, this is a topic I talk about a lot, synchronicity. I've talked about it from so many different angles, but it's one that really, really not only interests me, but I know interests the audience. And I don't want to gloss over this idea of Mercury being the sort of presiding archetype over synchronicity. Um, because with somebody as archetypally literate and fluent as you are, I'd like to hear your take on why that is, and hear you riff on it before I stain it with my own.
Well, it's not staining, it's just a different perspective. But it's a part of us. It's an archetype. And so the way I look at the world is that we have all these inner characters, and Hermes, Mercury, the storyteller, as we call it in the archetypal world, is just a part of that. But it's more. It's also the trickster. It's also these. If you have to give it one word, I think the best one you can find in the English language is storyteller. It is the part of us that wants to make connections, that connects with others, that is longing for making meaning out of connections. In other words, join the dots and so on. It is all those gifts that come with communication, with good writing, with interesting reading, with finding people in networks that we want to connect with. The
Yeah.
internet right now is full of mercurial work, as people are looking for people of like mind, or people of different opinions they can yell at, or something. Is like the Mercury is very active in the world generally, and therefore also in all of us generally. And there is a huge longing, but it's all the way back from the telephone operator, who's making connections, hold the line while they're plugging plugs in and out of about a board, all the way to someone who sends out 5,000 spam emails per second. That's also Mercury. So it's all that mercurial part of us that does this work. It's connecting. And like any archetype, we can go overboard or underboard. Basically go too much, or underboard is not really a word, but we can do too much or too little of it. So if you have too much Mercury, then you're data obsessed. You are a trivia hound. You just need facts on everything, and you can also become a liar. You can become your stories become so big and so multiple that you just don't have. Fake news is a classic too much Mercury kind of expression.
Ooh.
And so it's just, what can I get away with? And there's, Wag the dog. Remember that one?
Yeah.
That one was, I think it's one, that's a fabulous example of too much Mercury. There are movies that show this archetype really to the extreme. When you have too little Mercury, when you're not comfortable with your Mercury, you don't know how to tell them, that nobody understands you. You feel misunderstood. You feel like you're not heard. You feel like, it's sort of like the classic, young people go, wait, what? That kind of a thing. That's not enough mercury. What's happening that I'm missing? Then you get this, FOMO of missing out on everything because I'm not connected. So we have to find that Goldilocks zone, like with any archetype, where we get the benefits and the joys and the importance of the storyteller / Mercury Hermes, but we don't overdo it or not have enough access to it, and that's consciousness.
Yeah, that for people that don't know that Wag the dog reference, that's like a I don't think I ever saw the movie, but it's something to the it's sort of like a false flag, like fake war, right? And the media's like showing this fake war to sort of I don't know, is it catalyze is it for like political reasons or
It's a
propaganda
political,
reasons?
the way
Yeah.
I remember it, it's been a long time. It's been out a long time, but anyway, it's a movie, and it has to do with it's an early form of fake news,
Right.
and so it's and that of course false flags and misleading the enemy in wars, and setting up that we're all marching here. I mean, this classic example of what of what we did, for the invasion in Normandy, with the
Right.
saying, oh, we're all going over here. Well, actually, we're going over there, and so that's also Mercury's that
Oh yeah.
herald. Think of him as a sculptor when you see him all over the world in different figures, in different embodiments, in the classic Western way. And by the way, in other cultures, this is not just a Western idea. In the Norse culture, it's Loki. In I forget what the figure is in Hindu culture, but these archetypes
Yeah.
exist in all cultures. And so, but in our, they have slight variations, but again, you recognize the archetypal core. But the I forgot where I was going now. I just had a Mercury just disappeared.
That he'll do that or yeah, it'll do that.
Yeah,
Um
it will
yeah.
do that, right?
Yeah,
And it's
the
not gendered. Yeah, thanks for making that correction, because although interestingly, when I did some research on Mercury years ago, I found very, very, very few female embodiments of this
Mm.
archetype, which is just, a gender problem in the world in general of male domination. There are some Japanese figures of foxes that are
Oh
female,
yeah, yeah,
that
yeah.
are really wise, but they're and
Kitsune,
smart
yeah.
and tricksters. But there's not many. They're quite rare. Most of
Hmm.
these figures turn out to be the trickster figure, and the storyteller figure turn out to be male.
Yeah, this
But
alone.
that's an error, and that we are going to fix. So we just don't want to think. We don't want to think about archetypes as being gendered at all. That gets us down a very boring conversation that doesn't really serve the purpose.
Yeah, it does. And at the same time, genders themselves are archetypes. And then
Right.
also, I was having a really interesting conversation with one of my patrons recently. Or I shouldn't even say she. I think she prefers the pronoun they. They are trying to square the circle of what these archetypes of like anima, animus mean for them. And, is this just a remnant of a time where these ideas were not constellating as much, so they weren't thinking about them? Or is it some sort of, bigotry or bias on Jung's part? And I think this topic's gonna lead us out of this part of the conversation. So I'm reluctant to go here right now because there's so much more I want to say about Mercury Hermes. But I'm gonna spin it back into that and say that, my answer was kind of a yes and. It's like, yes, animus is an archetype. Yes, anima is an archetype. Yes, the fact that all of these gender issues are constellating right now in the zeitgeist is probably evidence of archetypal activity. And I could, make some guesses about what it is. You and I talked about the transition into the Aquarian and the shedding of categories last time. But at the same time, it's like we little, apes with but a shard of the rational divine only get to see a little tiny bit, and we're left receiving it and making sense of it over the course of a long period of time. But before we completely get out of this, one of the things that whenever I try to boil these archetypes down to the most simple essence, to me, it seems like this Hermes Mercury archetype is the connector or the revealer. It's, you know, whether we're talking about language or we're talking about, you know, Hermes as the psychopomp or presiding over travel or all of these things. It's that archetype of going from one boundary to another boundary. And when you boil it down like that, it makes all the sense in the world why synchronicity is presided over by this archetype, because it's that boundary between psyche and physical that we ourselves cannot penetrate directly. Like, we wish we could. Like, I wish I could just think, you know, make something appear, and it does, you know. And this has become like the one of the most used and abused new age myths in a pejorative sense. It's just like, manifest your reality, think it and it's going to show up. But that's not how it works. Yet at the same time, there does seem to be some kind of correspondence, some kind of sympathy, some sort of psycho physical barrier that can get transcended from time to time. But it's not on the account of the little I wanting it to. You know, it's when it seems to choose. It's when all the pieces are in place somehow, and this harmony occurs, or all of the strange opaque preconditions are met, and then the rabbit gets pulled out of the hat, and it's like, haha, here you go. And that's everything. That's trickstery, that's connecting, that's you know, again, transcending that barrier that we can't transcend directly. So yeah, that, to me, it just makes so much sense why that archetype is associated with synchronicity. And it's tempting to go as far as to try to ascribe some direct intention or teleology onto the thing. Like, it wanted to tell me that exact joke at that. It feels like a punchline being delivered sometimes, you know? And yeah, it's just a nice little harmony of all these like mercurial things happening at once, it seems like.
Also, remember that in Greek mythology, Hermes had a child with Aphrodite.
Mm-hmm.
Hermes and Aphrodite, that was the hermaphrodite.
Yes.
So the whole gender question becomes much more interesting there too, because that is the sort of the ultimate in many cultures, like the Hindu culture, on some level extols or even worships hermaphrodites as a way of, they have it all. They have the feminine and the masculine in one.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, again, in Greek mythology, Hermes was, of course, you know, masculine in that context. But we have to look at these as archetypes, and we get beyond that. And there are lots of problems with Jung's work around gender. And there's people who have, you know, strongly criticized it but we have to put things in context of when they were written.
Absolutely, yeah.
You can't knock it. You know, if consciousness is where it is now, if that had been there then, or sensitivities had been there where they were, we were in a much more, you know, hierarchical Swiss. I know that system. I grew up in that system. You know, um, it's a very male-dominated, top-down structure, and it's very clear what your role is if you're a man or a woman. And so much has changed in those 70 years or so. You know, so we really need to update the thinking too, but that does not mean throw out the baby with the bathwater. There are lots of fantastic ideas that can be, again, the archetypal model allows us to get past those problems by understanding that archetypes are not gendered, but they're universally expressed through the person, whoever that person is. That helps us get past that hurdle very quickly and easily.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like the deepest kinds of wisdom are these squaring the circle kinds of wisdom, you know, where it's almost portrayed like, you know, like the ultimate symbol of this is like creating the philosopher's stone, or, you know, the um the the red stone of alchemy, or achieving the redness of alchemy. And the reason I'm going here is because it seems like, how can you have a world where these ideas are both flexible and under construction, yet there are also these immortal archetypes that are ontologically real? They're not just ideas. Like, these things exist, and we do exist in a structured, ordered reality where you know, there really are these archetypal forces at work in a network, in some kind of way that is both influencing us, yet at the same time we have some agency, we are able to change things. And in a sense, there's like such
Hi, Valley. Welcome back.
strong backlash against this tidal wave of cultural shift around things like gender, where you have these whole personalities coming out, like people like Jordan Peterson, who are essentially building their whole gigantic following off the idea of, no, I'm sorry, your sensitivities don't dictate reality. We really live in a world where there are absolute values, where there are these things. And he comes down on the side of that very abrasively and very controversially, and it's he's like a love him or hate him type figure. And I personally am turned off by both his approach, though I think I don't think you can strawman him as an idiot or somebody who's, everyone likes to call him a pseudo intellectual. I don't think that's honest. And then I also completely see the other side, and that no, this is not simply wishful thinking. This is not trivial. Like, this is really a crisis that I'm going through, and it's speaking to something not only that I'm going through, but it actually, in a strange way, sort of proves some of the points that Jordan Peterson himself would be making. Like, yeah, okay, so if we do live in this world of absolute values, where there are real archetypes and there are real things and concepts matter and everything's not just, postmodern, what does that mean? Like I was alluding to earlier, what does that mean that something like all these gender issues are constellating? These archetypes are constellating. It's like you use your own rationale to explain, what you're talking about, because it's an interesting.
But this is to me, this has a pretty clear answer.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I go back to the 3-layered cake. To me, that explains the world. That's my Rosetta Stone.
Yeah.
3-layered cake. Top layer is behavior. That's what we do. It's measurable. It's often repeatable. It is factual. It is, left brain. It's scientific, whatever. That's people's behavior. I walk down the street. That's a behavior. You can do that too. You can do it differently, whatever. That's behavior. We can ask the question, why do people what they do? So let's take the current times, and there's a lot of anger in the world. So we could say, why is everyone so angry? That the behavior would be, there's a lot of anger. We can see that and measure that.
Yeah.
But if we ask the question why, we can ask that with a lot of different lenses. So the first lens might be a psychological one that you and I would pick. And we might say, well, it's because, people were, have been raised in by angry parents who didn't feel like that enough, or they were falling behind, and so they were hit, or they were screamed at, or whatever else. That's one option. That's a psychological explanation, developmental one. Another option would be to say it's culturally where we live in angry times. So it's a historic things, it's angry times of breakthrough and breakdown or whatever. Different perspectives. So every anthropologist will have their own view. So everybody will have their own why as the middle layer. We're going beneath that in these conversations. We're going to the archetypal level, which is one that actually understands and explains that behavior up there. So if you're saying that people, so Peterson's dyad, which is the dyad of the culture of the time, is not archetypal. It's up here. So it's fine for up there, but it's also playing right into the, where we can't solve anything, because then you're either with me or against me. It's the line in the sand.
Yeah.
I either hate you, I love you. It's black or white. It's left or right. It gets really boring really quickly. And it just doesn't have, it's not understanding its own limitations of being stuck in a model that is no longer enough. Because that model, as we know, no dyad, a tug of war, can never be resolved without someone ending up in the dirt. And probably everybody ends up in the dirt when you have a tug of war. So that's not a solution. The only way to get out of a dyad is, as Jung taught us, is to throw in the third, which is the tertiary function, or the third, which is something new and alchemical. That's what we are needing to do, and that's what archetypes do. That's what archetypal thinking does. Because it says we don't have to get into this conversation. If we look at the archetype, we can simply ask, how are you choosing to express that archetype in your life? If you are aware, this is a study I recently just heard about. I have to go do some research on it, but it fascinates me. If you are aware in any given situation you have a 50% chance to make a different choice than you would just instinctively do. So like if the 10th
That one's cool. That's staying lit a long time. I wonder what they're using.
second rule, take a deep breath before you hit back, something like that. You know, that's consciousness. If you're not aware, you have a 4% chance of doing something different than you would instinctively do. In other words, consciousness or awareness gives us options. And while people think they have a lot of options, well, I'm free to do what I want and I have this and that, they actually have very few options because they're very unconscious of most of what they're saying or most of what they're doing because it's in context to what other people have told them. So this actual reflection, and again, we can drop from that behavior and screaming at each other into a deeper level by looking at the archetypes. I'm just curious at the archetype that is emerging from the storyteller that Peterson is telling the world. And I can look at it psychologically, you know, why he feels he has to do that or whatever else. That's his story. But none of that to me is as interesting as the underlying archetypes, because then I can make a choice how I respond to any given situation. So, but he is trapped in a model that is the model that is dying. And that is why he's so popular, because that model, that fight is extremely relevant right now. It's the Trump fight. It's the ones of, you know, with me or against me, or, you know, left or right, or they're killing us. Everybody's saying they're killing us, the other side. And so it doesn't mean they're equivalent. It's very clear to me which side is morally, more congruent. There's no question in my mind. But that's a different conversation. But what we're seeing, without judging it, just what we're seeing at the behavior level, is a complete split And to me, that split has to do with the fear of change. It's all about fear of change. And so if I, there's the fantasy on the right that if we go back to 1950, somehow things will be good again, like those times were any better. When women were in their place and everything was clear and we knew what was up and what was down, and it was pretty simple. We no longer live in a simple world. We talked about that last time. It's a complex world now, and complexity capability requires different skill sets, and people don't want to dial those in because it takes more work. It's harder. It's much easier to just hate someone than to actually talk to them.
Right. Yeah, and this is perfect because now we're in this novel territory where I am in real time grappling with the tectonic shift that you're causing in my psyche. Because if I combine what you just said with what I posed to you before that, all of that, I'm sitting here now recalibrating how I balance these two things of both living in dynamicism and choice and free will, and strongly suspecting, I rarely use the word believe, so I go with strongly suspecting, that we do live in a world of archetype and correspondence and larger structures than we can possibly fully grok. And to me, again, the fact that we are moving into an archetypally different kairotic quality explains the whole thing. Because, whether you've swallowed this red pill or not of correspondence and archetypes and astrology and all of the stuff that comes with that, really the whole picture that the Western esoteric wisdom tradition proposes throughout thousands of years, as soon as you're willing to really put that on the table as something that you're willing to consider, the next step is to say, all right, well, what is it saying? And it's saying that we should be experiencing exactly what we're fucking experiencing, which is like everybody having this kind of psychic whiplash where we were in this way of being and we're moving into a new way of being, a way of being that, by the way, is an archetype of, like we were alluding to before, breaking down of power structures, breaking down of ideas, breaking down what used to be the monolithic holders of value to a more equally distributed way of being.
Thanks, Joni.
And
Hi,
what's so
James. How you doing,
mind-blowing
guys?
is that can be true while also all of these bigger archetypal truths being true at the same time, and it's sort of proving itself.
We're watching Mardi Gras parade, and we're listening to a philosophy video.
Floating around
Can't
the
talk
whole
right.
world right now about what's been going on for a long time, some kind of a secret cabal that's running the show behind the scenes. I think that's pretty funny because that's exactly what I believe, except it's your archetypes within you. It's not some outer figures. It's a projection by saying it's someone out there. It's those people over there. We label them somehow that you find the most scary. But actually, yes, there is a secret cabal running your show, and it's your inner life.
Yeah.
And so the less you are a victim to, you to the gods or the gods to you. I said that last time. This is the key way of thinking about life from my perspective. And the more you know, the more you have choices of how you do things, and what you want to do with it, how you want to use them as a committee of advisors, as opposed to
Can you link me, Valley, for the one you want me to watch?
Screaming kids who want whatever they want. So we have a lot of choice over that. It takes awareness. That takes work. People don't want to work. They want to do things simply because it's much easier. And I say that very broadly. That's certainly not true for everyone. And there are a lot of people seeking right now. But sometimes it takes a lot of breakdown for people to be vulnerable enough to be able to do some inner work and really find out, how these things work and study themselves and have some experiences. Giant boost in breaking down the veil you talked about in psychedelics right now, because people are really trying to make that connection that they have missed because the modern world doesn't offer that connection to them, that mystical connection. And so there's also great fear. What will happen if I go there, and what will I lose, and will I no longer be allowed to go to church, and all these kinds of things people ask when they start a personal journey. And you know what? It's all just introspection. if we are reflections of, you know, the divine in some way, then we are essentially doing divine work by looking at ourselves. There's nothing wrong with that. And if a religion pushes me against that and my introspection into that, then I would really question that religion. So introspection and finding out these inner stories. And by the way, that has been a threat to the church forever. You know, the mystical path, because it says, well, no, I don't have to go through your doors to get to God. I can go through my own, you know, inner experience. And that's of course a threat, because then who's going to pay the tax? So literally that was the issue. And then Martin Luther said, yeah, guess what, you don't have to go through those doors. But then of course he said you have to go through my doors. So that kind of started the same thing, different club. But yes, so there is this notion that, you know, somehow the world is a you know, a dangerous place, not realizing that we are that place, you know, and we are the ones who are making these decisions, and that are creating the world. We're creating the reality around us. We're not victims to some other people. This is really a year where I think action really matters. Voting really matters. You know, this is a year where getting out there and doing something about what you're not happy about is much more important than tweeting about it. So I'm really hoping people, you know, take action and see what they can do in their personal environments to make a difference. You're doing it your way, and I'm doing it my way, and I hope everyone else does it their way, because that is just what we need. We need to do something to change that to you know, it takes actual doing. It doesn't take just thinking about it, talking about it.
No question. No.
If you're a business owner, then animated explainer videos are the best way to capture attention. Get more followers.
No question. And I fully agree, while also, you know, in perfect you know, sort of paradoxical theme here that's emerging. I both agree and couldn't be more disgusted at the political process and the options that were being given. But that said, I think one of the larger tensions here is this, again, if I had to boil it down, is the tension between how can we have these, you know, the conspiracy underneath all the conspiracies of the archetypes being these locuses of kind of psychical gravitational pull in a way that they just can't be escaped. Like, they're always operating, they're always exerting control over you to lesser and greater degrees. How do we square that with agency, with free will? It's essentially the fate versus, you know, free will question that people have been grappling with since antiquity. I mean, seriously, over the last year,
I have a lot to say.
Great. Like, I was just to serve it up, you know, put the spices on it. Over the last year, I've been going pretty deeply down the Western esoteric, Platonic, Hermetic rabbit hole. And one of the things that you find when you do this is that there were a multitude of thoughts on this question. Some people within, you know, who today we look at as like, oh, these are largely Platonic thinkers. They may have 180-degree different interpretations of this stuff. Like, some believed in absolute fate, like you could not escape your fate, you might as well settle into it, you might as well enjoy it. And I mean, even what fate means is a, you know, a malleable question. But I'll just leave it at, people came down on completely different sides of this. Like, no, you ultimately have agency, you get to control your fate. Don't worry about these archetypal forces, what sky you were born under. Yeah, they're kind of real in a sense, but you still get to make the choices. And then some people are like, no, you're part of a divine correspondence that's been, you know, that chord was struck the moment, you know, the moment you chose your fate and the whole, you know, Platonic myth of and now you just get to experience it based on all the momentum and the you know, the whole chorus of correspondence that was going on at the moment of all of this happened. So yeah.
Ooh, that one's cool. I like that one.
How do you land on this, Lawrence?
Okay, so we can start with Jung. Jung said freedom is the ability to do that, to gladly do that which you must, or something like that. So the ability to gladly do that which you must.
Wow.
So that is his definition of freedom. So what we mean here is that we have, of course we have choice. So another metaphor we can use that would be useful is that of the acorn.
Yes.
You know, that my father uses in the Soul's Code. So the acorn is set, right? The acorn contains within it, if we are indeed acorns, and that's the different image from someone who says, no, we're blank slates and we're getting filled up as we're born. You know,
Yep.
acorn says there's actually already a whole oak tree is in that acorn. But not just its biology and its genetics, but also its beauty, its ability to give shade, its ability for lovers to lie under it and kiss. All
Are
of
they
this is
doing the
also
Thriller?
already in that acorn. It's an image of tremendous beauty.
So after the Disco Amigos, we'll have their Disco Amigos support vehicle. You know, every one of these dancing crews has to have support.
They're just
vehicles.
discoing, not thrillering. I see.
6.5 miles. And they, you know, they have
Probably not Thriller. It looked like Thriller for a second, and then I turned it up. Kind of sounds like Michael Jackson, though.
all year, and I think this, they do. And I think what's really cool about the marching groups, most of them
That makes sense.
raise money for causes in New Orleans. Most of them are nonprofits that dance and have fun, but give back to our community.
You're right.
Look at the moves. How fun.
Nice disco ball.
There's a support vehicle, and then right behind are a few more Disco Amigos. They're not as costumed. This is beautiful women, though. Look at this. How fun. I'm sure we know people in this crowd.
Yep, disco ball.
You know, the thing about Mardi Gras is every float that passes and every marching group, we know someone. And being with Arthur Hardy, the traditional man of New Orleans.
Don't believe it.
It started in the 70s with the Parade magazine.
How about this
Oh,
disco
here's
ball?
the big disco ball. Isn't
Wow.
this fabulous? Wow, we need to have that for a party, Arthur. I wonder if they'll let me do an event with that disco ball. As an event planner, that would be a very cool thing to have.
Yeah, they've got a bubble machine here.
And a bubble machine. And those costumes are straight out of the 70s and 60s. John Travolta has nothing on this group.
Hey, step. Wine and verse, next float.
The next float is called Flask of Wine. Oh,
The figures on the front
Beauty
of
in
the float,
addition
just
to the
gorgeous,
practicality of
paper
the
mache,
genetics.
created by royal artists.
But things happen. So the acorn, you know, the oak tree is now 3 foot high, and a deer comes by. I don't know if deer like oak, but let's pretend they do, and eats off a branch because it's hungry. So that branch isn't going to grow, but we know from biology that some other branches will grow more. Similarly, whatever happens to that person who is born as an acorn, you know, gets different kind of support or non-support. Now, is that support, you know, random, or is that support part of the oak tree plan? That we could argue. That's where it gets a little more tricky. My belief is, from having worked for 46 years with people very intimately and seen this question, you know, again and again and again, thousands and thousands of times, the more I work with people, and the more I look at charts and ask this question to the universe, the less I think we have free will. Because it's just so incredibly often how people just live out exactly what's in their chart. How is that possible? I've seen it thousands and thousands of times. And so the choices that we make matter. If you saw the movie Sliding Doors, one of my favorite movies ever, you know, the one where essentially there's two stories. In the first story, first half of the movie, Gwyneth Paltrow, I think it is, you know, jumps through a sliding door in a subway, and then gets home, catches her husband in bed with someone else or something like that. Then the movie stops, you know, all this drama unfolds. In the second movie, she doesn't jump through the doors because it's just the last second. She lets the train go. She misses that situation. It's a completely different story. So the vectors change based on that decision, that moment.
Right.
I think of that a lot. And yes, I think, but you know, who is making the decision at that moment, to me, is a more interesting question. And is that decision being made in a larger plan? The more that I think about it, the less I believe in free will for human beings. And that is a very anti-American thing to say, because this whole country is built on free will, and you can do whatever you want and go west, young man, and grab your gun and be independent and all those things. But I've just seen it too many times. How is it possible that people just live out exactly? Now, they don't live it out literally, but they live it out archetypally. And so we have literal choices. I can certainly decide what I'm going to have for lunch. That's not predetermined in the stars. But the bigger pictures, that I met my wife, that you and I are sitting here talking, these kinds of things, if you start to see them in a larger context of meaning making of life, are a much, much more wonderful way to live life, I think, than to think that it's all on me and I'm making all the decisions. That's incredibly egocentric and really, really limited. And all esoteric wisdoms that have ever come up anywhere have, negate that pretty much. The whole cultivation of ego, and that it's me making my decisions and who are you to tell me what to do, has a very short historic lifespan, and has served to do a lot of good things. Self-navel gazing and self-development, all those things wouldn't happen without. That's all great. But in a larger philosophical context, it is a huge illusion that we believe that we are, that we are in control of all of everything that happens in our lives. That's just, anybody who thinks even a minute would agree to that. And it also takes away. We also want to be careful not to take away the blame. Like to say, well, I feel it's my fault that I did this or that, or it's that person's fault that this was. We That's not a relevant way to think either. I think that's not very useful. I spoke about this last time. I think with you, the 3 ways to go through life. The first one is that things happen to me.
Right.
Life happens to me, victim, right? The second one is I'm in charge. That's the ego I'm talking about. Very American, again, take that to me. I'm in charge. That's an ego way. I'm in control of my life. I make my decisions. Nobody tells me what to do. I'm a free person, that kind of a thing.
Yeah.
And the third one is life is already happening, and it's my job to co-create with what's already emerging, which requires me to understand what's already happened and have some kind of a language to read what's emerging in my personal life and in the world at large. And I use astrology for that. You can use other tools. Whatever tool works for you. You can use psychedelics to get a sense of what is emerging for a person and what is emerging in the world, and then to co-create with that rather than to try to control it, which is, again, an ego place. People are so afraid of this idea that they don't have as much free will as they want to have. It's like, nobody wants to be a puppet on strings and things are happening to us. And meanwhile, people are so willing to give up their independence politically. I find that really fascinating. Just tell me what to do. Just give me a father figure who makes all the decisions. I don't want to make all these decisions. This incongruency is stunning to me and blatant to me. And the same people who are afraid that, I want to make my own decisions don't want to make them.
I totally see your point, and it's a little, it might be even a little more pernicious than some people think, because I'm sorry to say, but there are people listening to this right now that are guilty of essentially just downloading a template of thoughts, right? By associating with X, Y, or Z political group or social group. If you are taking that as your primary lens, all ideas now must go through that funnel, and you must either square them with this operating system or, discard them. And that for sure is diminishing whatever level of free will we have. But what I was about to say before, in terms of the, no matter which way you're looking at this free will question, whether it's like the reductionist materialist way or it's this, Western esoteric way broadly that includes archetypes, astrology, correspondence, whatever, they're both telling you that it's at least limited. Like these people like Sam Harris and Sapolsky say you have zero free will, which I disagree with for too many reasons to even go into right now. I guess I'll just name one. It's sort of like when you straw man one side of the argument so much that you're not even able to use its primary strength. Like, I feel like that's what they're doing, because if you are assuming a materialist reductionist reality, that means psyche in and of itself, soul in and of itself, doesn't exist. So now you've like removed the primary argument with which you could make some kind of, you know, free will statement. So there is no real argument that you can make. You know what I'm saying? But regardless, I do acknowledge that whatever the set of circumstances are, we are living in a limited free will type of situation. And the acorn theory, you know, thing that your father, James Hillman, proposed in Soul's Code is really one of my favorite ways to balance the two. Because, and this, by the way, comes from the myth of in Plato's Republic, which I recommend everybody read. I've also covered that in a past video, which I'll probably link to. But it's essentially this: it's that you do live in a world of structure, of meaning. You could sort of call it karma, but at the same time, you do what you want with that hand that you have, sort of within reason. And I kind of like that. I think of it like, do you know what an open world RPG is, Lawrence?
No.
So it's sort of like a video game where you have a character and maybe you choose a class for the character. And, you know,
I was gonna say he has a PhD Valley, but he doesn't even know what an RPG is, so
attributes that align with that. And
shit.
In that kind of a direction. And if you keep trying to use that wizard as a warrior, it's not going to work very well. Like, they're going to be a very shitty warrior, and you're going to feel like, man, you know what? I just keep feeling like maybe I should be a wizard. I don't know. And I feel like we're in some kind of situation akin to that, where there is this unseen momentum. There is this a priori structure. You know, it's not the tabula rasa, it's not the blank slate. You're coming into the world with this structure, and you sort of discover that structure as you go, and you have to adapt and adjust and try to fit that structure like a puzzle piece kind of where it belongs. Or you know, you to go back to the RPG analogy, you explore that world and you operate in that world in a way that fits with your personal whatever talents. Yeah.
Yes, I mean
that's how I try to square
absolutely.
the two.
I use a slightly different metaphor, but same idea. I said, look, when someone talks to me about free will or you know, again, freedom is to do gladly that which you must. I tell people, if you're 6'8", you're not going to become the world's best jockey, no matter how much you try. Right? You're just too tall. And if you're 4'2", but by the way, you might become a great basketball player. And if you're 4'2", you're not going to become the world's best basketball player, no matter how much you try. But you might become the world's best jockey. In other words, you know, be who fits you, be who you are. And this is part of the American fallacy. Anybody can be anything. Anyone can be president. Anyone can be, you know, this kind of idea of that of self-made life and the self-made man and pulling yourself up by the bootstraps is very much an ego-driven notion. But that also has, if you go back a little bit deeper, you know, that you find those kinds of ideas in Enlightenment, and you find those kinds of ideas in rationality and in, you know, and it's a good business model, you know. Right. So it really has, it's rooted in those kinds of ideas. We've sort of come to the end of that. We've come to the end of all the gifts that were given to humankind by, you know, enlightenment.
You're talking about the guy speaking right now, right?
That we have clean water, and so great, lovely. Flying cars, beautiful. I love it.
I think the other guy's the
However,
host,
so
I'm assuming this guy.
Soullessness in all of that, that is missing. So the Cartesian split that brought us to where we are now has to be filled, which is the great gift that we really got from Jung and the first step psychologists, which said, you know, people were starting to wonder. Romanticism came up at the same time, and people were longing for meaning. There's all of this, you know, rational, forward-going thinking, clarity, didn't fill a certain part of us, which Jung then called the soul. And he talked about the third thing outside of the Cartesian split, the tertiary piece that soul brought us, that Jung brought us, was soul, and that's huge. And now, you know, the same conversation is still going on, but it's much more dire because some of the consequences of the split have become much more, dangerous to humankind as a whole, with environment and all of these things. So we need to do different. We need to reimagine the soul piece and bring it back into the conversation with at least as much vigor as Jung brought in there.
Yeah, I feel like there's probably two ways that people are hearing this. One is that they feel like, I don't feel any design or teleology in my life. I just feel like I'm floating. I don't know what to do. I don't know what I'm passionate about. And that kind of person wants to believe that they come into the world like an acorn, that they just want to become the oak tree and like.
From their plastic covers. And you can see that because here is a transparent LED that also glows the same red color. The color of the light comes from the electronics themselves. The casing just helps us tell different LEDs apart. In 1962, General Electric engineer Nick Holonyak created the first visible LED. It glowed a faint red. A few years after that, engineers at Monsanto created a green LED. But for decades, all we had were those two colors. So LEDs could only be used in things like indicators, calculators, and watches. If only we could make blue, then we could mix red, green, and blue to make white and every other color, unlocking LEDs for every type of lighting in the world, from light bulbs to phones to computers to TVs to billboards. But blue was almost impossible to make. Throughout the 1960s, every big electronics company in the world, from IBM to GE to Bell Labs, raced to create the blue LED. They knew it would be worth billions. Despite the efforts of thousands of researchers, nothing worked. 10 years after Holonyak's original LED turned into 20, then 30, and the hope of ever using LEDs for light faded away. According to a director at Monsanto, these won't ever replace the kitchen light. They'd only be used in appliances, car dashboards, and stereo sets to see if the stereo was on. This might still be true today, if not for one engineer who defied the entire industry and made 3 radical breakthroughs to create the world's first blue LED. Shuji Nakamura was a researcher at a small Japanese chemical company named Nishia. They had recently expanded into the production of semiconductors to be used in the manufacture of red and green LEDs. But by the late 1980s, the semiconductor division was on its last legs.
Oh, and those riders are having a lot of fun. Absolutely. What are they throwing? It looks like a frisbee, but I don't know if it is.
It's a flyer.
Oh yeah.
Or no, actually, these are great trays, Diane. They're really good for crawfish.
They are.
I have a few at home.
Me too.
Crawfish tray.
Oh, look at that. Oh, they have birds on their heads. Beautiful. Okay, coming up is our next float, which will be float number 24, and it is called the Cup of Jamahai. Cup of Jamahai. I thought it was a Cup of Jambalaya, but I knew that didn't match the theme.
No, because you know, a cup of jambalaya wouldn't be enough.
No.
The first basic idea comes from Hegel, who supposedly said in a lecture, in insanity, quote, in insanity the soul strives to restore itself to perfect inner harmony. For Hegel, insanity is a necessary stage or form of the soul. It is a stage upon which the soul must perform. Insanity is essential to soul-making. That's the first basic idea. And the second basic idea comes from alchemy. In alchemical soul-making, gold is necessarily preceded by silver, which means that gold comes out of silver, the red comes out of the white, sun from moon, brighter awareness from lunacy. Alchemical soul-making, in fact, proposes the final idea of sun conjuncted with moon means nothing less than a condition of being in which solar consciousness and moon madness are marvelously conjoined. The mysterium conjunctionis is illumined lunacy. Let us put the Hegelian and the alchemical propositions together, but not too quickly. Especially not before we've examined some of what is implied by these alchemical words, silver, luna, whitening. This albedo aspect, whitening aspect of alchemy, has been remarkably neglected in our solar fever and gold rush. Any usual description of alchemy will tell you that it is an art of gold making, and that the alchemist's aim was to transform by means of devotion, wizardry, and techniques base metals into noble gold. And though these same accounts all agree that silver is the penultimate major phase, and in fact gold's very partner, there is extraordinarily little written about silver. This lacuna about silver, not loud enough? Okay. This lacuna about silver may of course be attributed to a masculine bias throughout alchemy, and the repression of what we so neatly and monotheistically call the feminine. Since silver in general symbolism carries often a female sign, but not by all means always. I do not think this feminist explanation is a satisfactory one for the silver lacuna. I think the lacuna has something archetypally to do with silver, luna, and whiteness itself. Now, I need make no disclaimers in this ballpark concerning the value
It's
of
alchemal psychology. How would you get a homunculus from alchemal psychology?
The warm-ups have been accomplished by Jung earlier in the century. But maybe
Or
I do
alchemical,
need to
rather,
emphasize
sorry.
the relevance of alchemy for pathology. For after all, alchemy is a prolonged witness to madmen at work upon themselves. So I shall try to bring out the pathological twist, and I ask you to listen with a pathological ear as we go along. Now, what about the silver? This is what the alchemists say of the silver. Silver is a metal of the moon, the lunar metal, the seed of the moon and the earth. Other such seeds, for instance, are copper as a seed of Venus, or lead as the seed of Saturn. Now, this idea of seeds means that there's a psychic moisture coagulated in the earth, these moist vapors, that is psychic fantasies within the deeper structure of the person, fantasies in the body. Seeds here mean the living natural force, the archetypal principles, these intentionalities, their capacity to move, form, have a history, make effects, influence, that they leaf and flower and have ramifications. And the theory of the planets as metallic seeds in the earth goes back to Babylon and Sumer. Now that the planets, or spirits, are in the earth as metals, of course reminds us that the gods are within the world, buried in the depths. We need but search them out and give them air and fire, says Paracelsus, for example. And in fact, that is precisely what the word metal means. Homer uses the word metallao, which is translated as to search. Metallea, search for metals, metallon, a mine, a quarry, a place of searching. The idea of planet as metal makes us search. There is a searching impulse to dig deeper, to go after the hidden. As Pliny says, whenever one vein is found, another is not far to seek. So that one is forced by the notion of metal to go on deeper, further, never stopping. There's always another vein to explore. And then the bringing up and out in the word itself, in metal itself. It is similar in significance to prospector, the prospective view of the psyche which Jung had, going on further, seeking, looking, mining further veins. Now, another characteristic of silver is that it is always white. All the roots of the word silver, argentum, sarpu, raj, mean white, bright, brilliant, gleaming, shining. The Egyptian word for silver was white. The kesef, the Hebrew word for silver, shining, white, metal. Hence this equation that we find all through alchemy of silver, white, and moon. Whitening or silvering as an aging process, that is, whitening of the hair, or as a digesting.
There's such a variety of great local businesses on Ferret, like Zeus
Wait, who's Arthur? That guy?
They call their beautiful debutante daughters and their ex-queens and wives to come out and dance with them. We're going to take a short break.
We are going to take a short break. Coming up next, Chaos and Muses. So don't go far. We'll be back.
Ferret Street is the best street. Come with me, Caitlin, to some of my favorite spots on the block. First stop is the original Bad Cat Cafe for an amazing breakfast spread. I got the Bad Cat breakfast, which is hash browns and walking distance, and you'll just
within the National World War II Museum, find the extraordinary inside.
Change is here, and Tulane Doctors' commitment stays strong. Expanding across New Orleans and Jefferson Parish, we're extending care to more patients.
Actually, Diane, they select their queen in a very unique way. All of the debutantes of the season are sitting there, and the knights go out and they have scrolls, and they give scrolls to the selected debutantes, and one of them gets presented the scroll that names her queen for the year.
Like comfort.
Exactly. So she will, and she won't know anything about it. It'll be a surprise for her.
Of course her parents know, right?
No, this is all a surprise. You know, it's
so
the magic.
secretive, the magic
It's the magic and secret of
One of my favorite groups is coming up, the Roots of Music. These are young children, and it's a foundation that helps young children get band instruments and look at them strike. In Roots of Music New Orleans, the Marching Crusaders. I just love this group of young children. Look at them. They are adorable, and oh my gosh, how about the drum mate?
You know, and these are young kids.
What a beautiful spectacle. Their horn covers are glowing. They're iridescent.
Right. Some of them look tired.
The horses, beautiful costumes. And these gentlemen are appointed by the crew members to be part of the tradition of keeping everybody in line. We saw a parade marshal earlier. Look up to you all when we get a break. Balls is the theme. That's pretty funny.
Chaos is also one of the crews that tends to put the float riders in the traditional old-style costumes. They don't necessarily have a specific tie-in to the theme of the float, but they're very colorful. They usually have capes, as these do, and they have...
Is that Joe Biden on a bike? Oh god. What the frick? Oh man.
And there are spotters
What the?
that will report folks who are riding without...
Is that Bernie?
And there is a fine involved.
Is that fucking... Is that fucking Nancy Pelosi? What the fuck is this float? I'm concerned. Mitch McConnell. Oh my god. Damn, 2% milk. What? I'm back, Mr. President. I'm back from selling all my stocks. I'm a billionaire now, Mr. President. Just like you said I'd be. Stunks. Revenge. Oh my god. Trump. Oh man. No, I didn't see it, Valley. Mr. President.
And Valerie Andrews just posted that Chaos was organized in 2000. So although it's a very traditional parade, it did make its debut in the year 2000. Fantastic job with the gold leaf on the floats, and this one is called Airball, and it looks like it's city council.
Thank you for the follow, Shad.
It's a very interesting float, even pulling some references to traditional New Orleans literature with the Ignatius Riley reference on the front. And we've got a lot of Disney popping up on this float too, because the lead character is wearing a Mickey Mouse costume, and I do believe I see some dwarves on the side.
Or bathing or dipping process, which makes things whiter. Now, the earth of the moon, the moon's body is air. It has been permeated through and through by ether, says Plutarch. Now this is important, for the moon is considered a fertile place in alchemy, as is the air. Now whereas modern psychology imagines the earth, this earth, to be fertile in a Demetrian fantasy, and the principle of growth, for
This is a float representing royal artists, and as we talked about them earlier in Babylon, there are many.
Thank you, Shad. I appreciate it. How are you doing tonight?
The floats, and royal artists is one of the traditional float builders, and he's got a little king cake baby on the front. Our next band coming up is the Dolores Aaron School, Dolores T. Aaron School, and you'll see that in just a minute on your screen. And I hear their music.
Nice. Are you a tattoo artist? I'm guessing because of your name. This is the New Orleans Mardi Gras parade. I'm getting sleepy though. Very sleepy. I might eat my leftover raviolis though.
Liberation Pavilion.
Diane, here comes our next float. Slime ball. You know, all the floats in the parade tonight have a ball theme.
Oh, look at this one. Trash Bill and Kenner owes 17 million. Is that what that says?
1.7 million.
1.7 million. And looks like Cindy Torres, a local entrepreneur who runs a trash company, is on the front of that float. Slime balls. Let's look to see what else they've decided about this float.
And for our viewers that don't know, Kenner is an incorporated city in neighboring Jefferson Parish. It's actually where the airport is located. So when you fly into New Orleans to visit next year for Carnival or the Super Bowl, you'll actually fly into Kenner and then make your way into New Orleans.
But the good news is it's about 20 minutes from our airport downtown, so it's very compact city.
We are fortunate, much more fortunate than a lot of cities our size, that our airport is very centrally located.
And the good thing is New Orleans is the most walkable city in America. Did you know that? Everything is very close.
It's very close. And next up, it's the Benjamin Franklin Band.
I don't get the joke, man. I don't.
This is Crete, Megalonisi, the big island.
I think I might go to bed, guys. Or get off stream and take a few photos and then go to bed. But thanks for hanging out with me. I hope you guys have a good night.
Was the Minotaur's island.
I will be back. I should be on this weekend. I'm not like moving out of this place yet, but I'm getting very, very close. And whatever that is, I'll probably take a little bit off stream.
He found a people lost to history for thousands of years.
I'm dying, sorry. Still hacking shit up. Almost done being sick. Almost done. So close. So close. Have a good night, Valley. It was good to see you too. Thanks for hanging out with me, guys.
This is one of my favorite foods.
Ooh, that sounds so good.
Let's see what it looks like. Boudin balls. Well, boudin is usually a pork and rice mixture put into sausage casing. It's quintessential Acadian food. And boudin balls are rolled and fried.
Okay, guys. Alright, bye. See you guys later.